these families would pool together resources to try to help the brightest in their group to be able to become part of the officialdom. And this kind of pooling together resources to help as a family was an important part of that structure. But there also was a kind of there was always a tension of that. So what if you don't succeed? Some of the leaders of rebellions against emperors were failed examination candidates.
Yeah.
You know, you had this issue, and then it became something. Well, the system was out of whack, and it needed a new leader, and also there was something built in that was not so much Confucius himself, but one of his main interpreters, early interpreters, Mencius, had this idea, which can be seen as a crude justification for rebellion or for a kind of democracy, to say that even though the emperor rules at the will of heaven, if he doesn't act like a true emperor, if he's not morally upstanding, then heaven will remove its mandate to him, and then there's no obligation to show deference for a ruler who's not behaving like a true ruler, and there it sort of justifies rebellion. And the idea is that if rebellion isn't justified, then heaven will stop the ruler from being killed. But if heaven has removed his support, then the rebellion will succeed, and then a new ruler will be justified in taking power. So it's an interesting sense that the universe in this Confucian view has a kind of moral dimension to it, but it also it's when things actually happen that you see where the side of morality is.
Okay, so it's meritocracy with an asterisk. It does seem to be the case, maybe you can speak to that in the Chinese education system there seems to be a high value for excellence. Hopefully I'm not generalizing too much, but from the things I've seen, there are certain cultures, certain peoples that, it's just part of the value system of the culture that you need to be a really good student. Is that the case with the China Flip?
There's been a lot of emphasis on education and sort of working really hard and excelling at some subjects, and having there isn't the civil service exam, but there is the Gaokao exam that really can determine where you get, what kind of institution you get into. And I think, getting back to this idea of meritocracy, which is strong in a lot of tradition, it also a kind of what it opens you up to is when there is a sense of unfairness in who's getting ahead and how the spoils are being divided. This leads to a kind of outrage, and some of the biggest protests in China have been about this sense of nepotism, which really seems to subvert this whole idea of kind of meritocracy. And the 1989 protest in Tiananmen, even though kind of in the Western press in particular was discussed as a movement for democracy, but a lot of the first posters that went up that got students really angry were criticisms of corruption within the Communist Party and nepotism, and this sense that people, despite all the talk, despite the fact that most people seem to be having to study really hard to pass these exams to get good positions in universities, that some of them were being handed out via the kind of back door, and that led to a kind of outrage. That's true in many places, but I think it gives a special anger against nepotism because of that, the way in which so much emphasis is put on kind of the standard exam way of getting ahead.
I hope it's okay if we jump around through history a bit and find the threads that connect everything. Since you mentioned Tiananmen Square, we have studied a lot of student protests throughout Chinese history, throughout history in general. What happened in Tiananmen Square?
So in 1989, this massive movement took place. The story of it's largely suppressed within China and largely misunderstood in other places, in part because it happened around the same time that communism was unraveling and ending in the former Soviet bloc. So I think it's often conflate it with what was going on there. And so I think one of the key things to know about the protests in 1989 was that they were an effort to get the Communist Party in China to do a better job of living up to its own stated ideals and to try to support the trend within the party toward a kind of liberalizing, um, liberalizing and opening up form that had taken shape after Mao's death. And in a sense, the student generation of 89, and I was there in 86 when there were some sort of warm-up protests, there was a kind of frustration with what they felt was a half-assed version of what they were talking about. That the government was saying, the party was saying, we believe in reforming and opening up. We need to liberalize. We need to give people more control of their fate. And the students felt that this was being done more effectively in the economic realm than in the political realm, and that there were a lot of sort of partial gestures that suggested um, the party needed to be pressed to really move in that direction. And it'll seem like a very trivial thing, but I found it fascinating in '86 when I was there in Shanghai, late '86, and students protested. And this was the first time that students had been really on the streets in significant numbers since the Cultural Revolution, or at least since '76. And the students were inspired by calls for democracy and discussions of democracy by this physicist Feng Lizhi, who was a kind of a Chinese Sakharov. He was a liberalizing intellectual. But one of the things that students in Shanghai, where some of the most intense protests of that year took place, were frustrated about was a rock concert, of all things, that Jan and Dean, the American surf rock band, which was kind of like the Beach Boys, only not as big, and they were touring China. It was the first time in Shanghai that there'd been a rock concert, and the students were really excited about this because this fit in with what they thought the Communist Party was moving toward.
Zoot, you sandbagging son of a bitch. I've been waiting on you. How you living, pimp? So are you negative?
Negative what?
Dog, negative what? Is your dick gonna fall off?
Oh. Oh, no. I booked in for, I went in there and they said, come back Tuesday. We only got appointment available Tuesday.
So you could be spreading cooties all over southern Australia.
Yeah.
Alright, well, whatevs. It's its own island. Are you ready to lose?
Give me a second.
No, now I gotta give you a second. Okay, well, I need a second as well. So just one moment. I'm here, and if you leave, I'll be mad. What the fuck are you doing? Thank you for your patience, Zoot. On a scale of 0 to 10, how badly are you going to get your ass kicked in mini golf? 100? Zoot, you have an invitation, and I mean, I'm just going to ream you, dog. And I want you to beat me. Play it like Squid Game. Zoot, how was the gym?
Were you looking at other boys' booties?
Was I looking at other boys' booties?
You're talking to me.
No, I think Zoo was, yeah.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
No, I don't even acknowledge other people.
Adi, I did not realize you were up and awake. I will send you an invitation on our next game. Apologies.
You'd be happy to know Rabbi's day was leg day.
Was leg day? Good. I'm glad you didn't skip it.
So tomorrow's gonna be on day, hey?
Sure, man. Whatever floats your boat. Whatever tickles your fancy. Are you proud of that shot?
It wasn't a zero.
Did you just see my shot, though? Did you see how amazing it was?
We both had equally the same result.
I'm in agreement with you, except mine was a little better. All right, here we go. Oh, look at that move. Now, that was sexy. That was sexy. You know
If
what?
the tent wasn't in the way, it would be perfect.
Tent's not in the way. I'll just make it because I'm good. Whether the tent is there or not, your ball is going in the water.
That's not
Water.
bad.
Water.
That's not bad.
That's a terrible shot. Dude, it went in the water. You want to know what a not a bad shot is? Look at that. Just in two. Zoot. I'm so good. Sometimes I can't even contain myself. I'm so sick. Make it.
Fuck, that was
Make
good.
it. That was a really good
That was,
shot. Too bad you lost the hole. You're down one hole. You know that, right?
yeah, but I'm gonna get a hole in one here, so.
Dude, you're good at this hole. And I suck at it because I have to go first. And I usually just clear the way for everybody. So I'm going to now
Yeah,
just do something I never do and just not. Oh, no. Oh, no.
that was the worst shot I've ever
That
missed.
was the worst shot. I was thinking I had a good strategy, but I certainly did not.
I had, oh fuck, I can't do this.
What did we do? What did you do?
You actually might be in a better position than me.
Nope, I'm in the water. Why don't you clear the trees and stuff? Oh, what a good shot. Dude, that was beautiful. Now I have to just.
You have the hardest shot. You have
Oh,
the hardest shot.
you're right. All right, we're tied. What are your thoughts on being tied with me? You should be over the moon. I hate this hole.
I'm not good at this hole.
Neither am I, dude. Especially when I have a tee shot like that. Oh, dude, I played with somebody early this morning, and I learned how to play a new strategy
I don't,
on a hole, and
I don't think,
it's really good.
I don't think your shot's that bad.
Dog, my shot sucks.
You're in a better position. You're in an equal position than me.
No, I went first, so my
Now you're in an equal position.
no, still incorrect. You're in a superior position for now.
I fucked
You're
this
gonna
up.
screw this up.
Really.
Oh, dude, I just even called that you were gonna screw that up. That was a
No,
user
you
error.
didn't even say how
User
shit my shot
error,
was.
dog.
Do you want to be my best friend?
I already am your best friend, dog. Look at that move.
Yeah, but you better not record a lot soon.
Oh, Zoot, that's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. Zoot, you're guaranteed a win. Wow. Was it finger day at the gym? Good on you, man. I'm proud of you. All my shit talking, and you were able to overcome it. Bet it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I've been waiting 8 hours for you. But nevertheless, look at this shot. I'll take it. Zoot, make it. For the win. For the win, Zoot. Zoot for the win. Oh, no way. That was almost really eventful. I got you, Zoot. All right, we both won. All right, we're gonna get audio in on this. Zoot, do you know who Lex Friedman is? What'd you say?
Let me skip one more.
Sure. Zoot, do you know who Lex Friedman is?
Yep.
Okay, so I've
He
watched.
has a podcast.
Word, Doug. Okay, so I've watched every Kill Tony at least once. It took me like 2 months. Now I'm doing every Lex Friedman. Then after that, I might do another podcast, but then we're doing the Joe Rogan Experience. I don't know how long it's going to take me to go through all these Lex Friedmans, but his podcast is like makes you feel so intelligent, which is the opposite of Kill Tony. I watch Kill Tony and it just like brings down my IQ, but it's just like easy listening, and it's pretty popular. When people randomly come in here, I can just be like, "Hey, do you know what Kill Tony is?" They're like, "Oh yeah, I know what Kill Tony is," and then sometimes they watch. when Lex Friedman is like, I don't know, you've got to have some like background knowledge on something. You don't have to, but if you don't start the podcast from the beginning, it's hard to catch on. What's your favorite podcast, Zoop? Is it called I Suck Dick at Mini Golf? The audio version?
Impulse. Nah, I'm kidding. It's not a podcast. That's shit.
I didn't even know what you were going to say, so why don't you tell me what you were going to say?
I said impulsive.
Oh, what is that? What's what?
That's Logan talking for a podcast. I'm trolling when I say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Podcast. Favorite podcast.
Yeah. See, for once,
I
asked you a
watched
question. What's your favorite? You watched what?
I've watched a bit of Joe Rogan, but like only the people I'm interested in, like Post Malone. Who else?
You watched Elon Musk. You watched Donald Trump.
Alex Jones. I watched all the Alex Jones ones. And Kanye.
All right. So is it Joe Rogan Experience?
Yeah, I watched Alex Jones, Kanye, Post Malone.
Did you know? Did you know I've been listening to the Joe Rogan Experience
What?
since December 24th, 2009, the day it launched.
What did you say?
I've been listening.
You're watching Joe Rogan Experience that one?
Yeah.
Fuck me.
It was on Ustream, but then Red Band uploaded it to YouTube within like if I didn't watch it on the first day, I watched it on like at least within the first month, and then
They were talking about Bitcoin really early, like under $1 on Joe Rogan.
oh for sure. It's an interesting timeline that he's archived. I say this, but like, I mean, I'm really into people who have like huge amounts of data, and he has like 300 days worth of data archived within the Joe Rogan Experience.
Okay, what? So you should watch every Mr. Beast episode.
Now, Mr. Beast is absolute garbage. It's all edited. It sucks. I like raw
That's why you
content.
should watch every. That's why you should watch every episode because I did.
He stares in the camera with that smile.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you know for a fact that the whole placement.
Oh, I know. I know, dude. I know. I know. That was an amazing shot. I know exactly what you're saying. Now, you ready for this shot?
Yeah.
My friend, I saw.
You'll get a hole in one on this car one day as well.
I know. I never have. It's this one and that one ice one that has the two ponds in it, that Caspian Sea, on which he got a hole in one. Those are like the only two that I think on which you can get a hole in one that I haven't. I could be wrong. I've never gotten a hole in one on this hole.
You could if you had help with the ball on this one.
I don't know. Maybe it's like I guess it'd be like categories or like Cards Against Humanity kind of on here, and it was pretty fun. I played one game and I tied for the win. Audie, sending you another one.
I am not really.
You're not what? What did you say? Audie, what did you say?
Just send it.
Okay, there you go. That's what I wanted to know. You ready for one of the best shots in the history of mankind? Humankind? What are your thoughts on that? Scale that from 0 to 10, Zoot.
Nah, it's an 8.
Dude, it's a 9.
A 9 would
Oh, Audie,
be like,
apologies, I did not.
I've seen
Right.
a 9.
Yeah,
I've seen a 9
hold,
before, and
hold
it's
on.
not a 9.
I have to explain what I did. I sent Audie an invitation and I sent Zoot an invitation. But I didn't change for how many people are playing in the game. So that's on me. You'll be on the next one. Come on, be nice.
Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
you played very badly on this hole, but I played even worse.
Dude, you're not even outside the front little part. I destroyed you.
I hate you. By the
Yeah,
way,
okay, thanks. Thanks, man.
you
I appreciate that. I appreciate within the same conversation you want to say I'm your best friend and that you hate me. I know what the truth
yeah,
is.
you
I know what the
you can
truth is.
hate your best friend.
Alright,
Just means you have no friends.
alright. Well, I mean, you're kind of just self deprecating. Oh, Zoo, F you, dude. Dude, that was BS.
And this is why I hate you, because you're gonna pump my ball in the water.
I don't think I'm going to be
Tough.
able to get it. Oh, F you,
Oh,
Zoo.
actually, I love you.
Yeah, fuck you, man. Zoo, you know that
If
gave
I
you.
hated you, would I be here every day?
Yeah, you don't have anything better to do.
Yes, that's kind of true.
There are no Americans who are willing to stay up all night to play with an Australian. If not for you, Zoo, I would have such a better sleep schedule.
Guess what I have for dinner?
Kangaroo.
Yeah, you.
What did you really eat?
Kangaroo.
I really did eat a kangaroo.
A whole baby one? Or part of an adult?
No, it's an adult kangaroo.
Do they have different parts of it, like the tail?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I never had kangaroo tail.
Why not? Oh, that garbage, Zoo. This sucks. Zoo, just make it.
I just haven't found it. I just haven't found it anywhere. I could order it online, but it's very hard to cook.
Why is it hard to cook? You
You have to.
just cook it. Is it like a delicacy,
You have to.
or is it considered like the bad part of the kangaroo? Zoo, I just asked you a question.
I don't really know much about kangaroo tail. I've never had it.
Have you ever had
I
alligator
just know.
or crocodile?
I haven't had crocodile or emu. Emu would be nice. What does kangaroo taste like? Like a grilled steak?
Very interesting.
Oh, Zoot, I don't think I
Depends
water
what
pumped
type
it.
of.
Yes, I did.
It depends what type of kangaroo you get, right? If you get kangaroo jerky, then it tastes like salty. You get kangaroo steak, it just tastes like a grilled steak. It tastes much different from normal steak. Very tasty.
I feel like that's illegal.
They're
It's
a,
not.
they're
You
a
know,
pet. They're a pest.
There's more kangaroos than people. They're pests.
All right, Audie, I am now ensuring that I send you an invitation. Though I sent you one previously, it's just I did not
I did.
expand the game.
I did. I did. I did pest in America.
Are deer pests in America? Not generally considered that, but
Yeah.
you could consider them that in some areas. Zoot, remember that time I sent you an invitation and you accepted? Zoot!
I mean, what's the definition of a pest?
It's subjective. Something that's annoying.
It goes like this.
Oh, make it. Zoot, what are we gonna do? Oh, Zoot. Actually, Zoot's in a pretty good position. Maybe not.
Mm.
That's gonna be garbage. Oh, what a 10 out of 10 shot, Zoot. 10 out of 10 shot.
Eh.
Don't give me that That's a
Oh,
10 out of 10 shot, and you
you're
know
in
it.
a shitty position.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware.
Audie's in a good position if she
No, she's not.
bounces
Her
off.
position is tough.
Yeah.
She needs
No,
one
no,
of the
no.
greatest shots of her
She can
career.
get the three.
She needs one of the greatest shots of her career.
Look, I think that's going to work. I think
Nope.
that strategy is going to work.
Nope. Too much of an angle.
Don't listen to Rabbi. That's for sure.
That's
Now you
that's
fucked it.
maybe better. That's nope. Too much. No.
You don't have
Fire.
a phone, Audie.
Fire.
You got
Go.
to let go now.
Go. Let go. Oh, what a 10 out of 10 shot. Look at this shot. 10 out of 10 shot. That.
No, the worst part is she fucked my shot.
I don't know how to use a protractor.
Yeah, you did not. You get a round of applause. That was amazing. That was an
Okay.
amazing shot.
Who's in a better position, me or Audie?
Audie, because she has one less shot. She's got to make it up that hill, though. All the way. All the way. And
If she misses, who's in a better position?
oh, what a! I've never seen a ball stay up there.
Who's in a better position, me or Audie?
Audie,
Is your booty in the air?
Rabbi, you're going to hit Audie's ball.
no, I'm just gonna play it safely. She can make it.
You can
Way too hard.
you can make it.
Hit that thing.
We can all make it.
All right, let's see you do it. Ready for one of the
Deal, mate.
greatest shots in the history of mankind? Oh, get it. Come on, get it on the black. Boo. Garbage. Why he's gonna hit the thing?
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
Rabbi, remember, after this game, I'm going to the bathroom and I'll be very quick.
All right, thank you for the breakdown.
Just remember that was always screaming at me, like, why haven't you accepted the invite? I'm in the bathroom. Okay.
Okay, man, I appreciate it.
Hey, bro, what's the most popular woman podcast?
That's a good question. Probably that one that I never. I don't know. I don't think it's popular, but it's. How did you do that? Is it? Oh, there's your second shot. Um, I'll tell you what they want you to think it is. And when I say they, like I don't know, big podcast is Call Her Daddy. But I've never heard anybody talk about that podcast. The only reason why I say it's a big deal is because Kamala Harris's re-election or election team bought them a brand new studio.
Oh, Candace Owens?
Yeah, I would probably say yeah, that's probably better. Um,
Candace is racist as fuck.
okay, well she's got a big podcast.
Would you watch Ben Shapiro or would Ben Shapiro's podcast on stream?
Yeah,
Would you actually do it? That's
Ben Shapiro and I have some
He always seems frustrated.
mutual acquaintances. Um, but yeah, I listened to it when he was on a little bit on local LA radio. He was on AM The Answer, and he did like a morning show.
Do you think Brett Cooper is just Ben Shapiro just dressed up as a girl?
I don't know who that is.
You know who Brett Cooper is?
Brett Cooper?
Yeah.
I'll have to look at them. That's a girl?
She looks exactly like Ben Shapiro. They look like they could be brother and sister. She hosts the Daily Wire. She like on the Daily Wire a lot.
Oh, okay. Now I know who I think. I think I know who you're talking about. Let me make sure it's the same person.
I was playing the perfect game until you like messed it up. It is what it is.
Yeah, she does look like she could be um, Ben Shapiro's sister.
Hey, that's mean.
I don't think it's mean.
And she's not ugly.
They're both good-looking people. Have you seen um, Ben Shapiro's sister?
His real sister?
Yeah. Oh, secret hole. Already found a secret hole. Too hard.
The secret hole saved you.
Yes, it did. Nice job. Nice job.
Yeah.
You know what? You know
I
who?
like.
You know who the biggest female podcaster? I forget this girl's name. Um, but she's that girl on the Young Turks. She's pretty big too.
She's pretty, but that podcast is kind of really annoying.
I'm in agreement with you on both of those.
Yeah, you should stream a female podcast.
Dude, there are none that I feel have enough content that I really would like to listen to all the time. There's
What
another
about
there's another one um, that takes
what's
place in Austin that I think will be pretty big in the future. Um, Let me see what it is. Oh, what is that guy's name? Um, Kill Tony. This guy's got like a head condition, like a traumatic brain disorder or something. Kill Tony. Traumatic brain. What is this guy's name? Who's this guy? I'll tell you this girl's name in a second. Um. Okay, here it is. All right. First date with um, Lauren. Lauren Compton. I think this girl have a big career in podcasting. But you raise an excellent point. There aren't really any, like, there's no Joe Rogan, female Joe Rogan. Or even, like, I mean, actually, of all those people, there's probably a bigger podcaster out there. It's Christina P. from Your Mom's House, but she's like a comedian. But she's big. Um, I
I'll
would
tell you what.
I would say arguably she might be the biggest female podcaster, but her career is kind of based on hit it, Audie. Audie, did you disconnect?
I'll tell you. Oprah.
That doesn't count,
I can
No,
say
she
that.
was she was the original podcaster.
dude. That's not even the same thing. No, she wasn't. She was perhaps one of the most successful talk show hosts, but that's not a podcast.
But
She did syndicated television. A podcast is separate from that. It is independent talk show.
I mean, yeah, you got a point.
I mean, she had like a live studio audience. It's a lot different. Though, I,
Hey,
I
hey,
think,
Rabbi,
what's that, Zoo?
if you're gonna watch all of Joe Rogan, why don't you watch all of Fear Factor?
Um, I've seen a lot of Fear Factors from back in the day, and I don't know, they're just not that interesting to me. I don't learn anything from them. I like things from which I learn. Now, the argument is, well, what about Kill Tony? What do you learn from Kill Tony? It's an excellent counter. I don't learn that much from Kill Tony, but I do learn something about um, humor or comedy from it. So I do learn from that. But just Fear Factor was very much like, um, oh, what's the word? Um, systematic or um, just like almost set up in the same way. And I'm not really big into um, reality television, but and then on top of all of that, it's like a 20-year-old show, and I've already seen. I don't want to say I've seen most of them, but maybe I don't know. It was on in syndication in the United States for a few years, but I would watch it live or
Ah,
whatever when it was on during like the noughts, the 2000s, 2000 to 2010.
what about
If I were gonna watch any strictly reality television show, it probably would be Survivor, and then maybe Big Brother.
and all the international versions?
I mean, eventually, I did this thing like 2 summers ago where I was just like, look, I'm not gonna have enough time to watch all of these television shows and pay attention to them, but I'm making like the biggest compilation of data that I can. So I had like I had two of my computers um, that would have 6 different television shows simultaneously. So I watched like The Sopranos and Sex and the City and Family Guy and The Simpsons and like Stranger Things and like all these shows all at once so that like I mean eventually if you wanted to you could watch my stream and watch them all. It wouldn't be like
The good
HD,
thing,
but you could if you wanted.
the thing I like about Survivor is that if you're gonna do that, some seasons tie into each other, where they cast some characters and they tie into the other seasons.
Right? But it's like on season 40 or something in the United States. It's like it's just a lot of content. You don't learn anything from it. It's like
Yeah, you do.
okay, what like how to eat a snail if you're ever on a deserted island. I mean,
You know, you learn more about human psychology and deception, and you learn more about human psychology and deception, and what.
I mean, really, all of it can be
Look,
summarized in this: everybody's out for themselves.
Survivor is probably one of the hardest reality TV shows to do,
I mean, there aren't many of them on anymore anyway. So yeah, I'm in agreement with you.
but there is an element to skill and there is an element to luck in Survivor as well.
Yeah, just like in life.
Have you guys ever seen Naked and Afraid?
Yeah, but you can get you could be really good at Survivor, but then you could get a really shit cast that are gonna fucking vote you off because they see you as a threat and vote you off very early.
Oh, what a great shot too.
Or
Oh,
or you can have a very dumb cast that don't see you as a threat and you can go the whole way.
I get that. Have I seen Naked and Afraid? I think I've seen one of them. I just don't think I learned that much from it. I know you can say, well, you learn a lot about human behavior, but I get it. Everybody in the end is out for themselves. That's life. Oh, what a ooh, like Lex Friedman, he will have topics on China. He'll have topics on international relations, on AI, on chess. It's just like fascinating things, and they're generally like highly intelligent topics. I'm not saying it's the greatest podcast in the world, but it is one of the best podcasts I've ever seen. Plus, he gets really big guests. He gets like president, which is not easy to do. And then, like a president or prime minister isn't always that open, and so he gets to sit down with these people and really get an idea of how they tick. So you have one of the most difficult shots that we've seen. How are you going to be able to make this? Dude, the world is excited for you to hit this ball. Did he disconnect? You can tell if somebody disconnected. Right next to their name, there's a little green thing. Zoot, are you in the bathroom like you said you were going to do or whatever? Zoot! He might have disconnected. That sometimes happens. Happens to me occasionally. Audie, do you like Naked and Afraid? Did I disconnect?
Oh, sorry, my phone.
You
My
okay?
phone popped up.
You're alright. Audie looks
Hey,
like
Rabbi.
Audie looks like her thing disconnected, but I heard her. Audie, do you know it's your turn? Okay, she reconnected.
Rabbi, do you
Yeah,
want to pick? You want to pick the lottery numbers for me tomorrow?
sure. 69696969. What an
No,
amazing
no.
shot.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go over it tomorrow because if you pick the lottery numbers on stream, your stream's gonna go fucking viral.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's like the least of our worries. Then we just buy viewers and it'll go viral.
Why would you do that?
Why would I do that? Because it's a really easy way to go viral.
Yeah, but no one's gonna see you.
Yeah, they will. It'll push me high in the algorithm. Audie's got the lead with a disconnect. That's pretty impressive. I hate this hole.
How much? How many? How many? How, how many buys do you need to go viral?
It's a good question. I mean, I can tell you this: it should be more than 100,000, but it depends. I have a video that just randomly got 100,000 views. It's it's this very funny video that I have. Okay, so here's what happened. I I would be up really late at night, and they would I would be on TikTok, and there would be people who would be doing TikTok lives, and I really got into watching um, news anchors get ready for the news. They would do like a get ready with me, and yeah, it's hot chicks, but it gave you like a really good insight into what these people had to do to get the news ready at like really odd hours in the morning. So this one girl from like North Carolina, she was getting she was doing an AMA while like during the newscast. So basically, she would be doing a newscast, and then when they would go to commercial break, she would take questions from the people. And so what I did was I asked her, "Do you wipe with your?" Or I said, "Which hand do you use to wipe?" WIPE. Just being funny. Like, there's no way anybody's gonna answer that question. But let me just see if what she's gonna say. And she said my right. And I lost it. I laughed so hard. And I was on camera when I do this. And then she had to correct herself and she says, "Oh no, I thought you said right. Oh no, 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 don't post that," or something like that. And of course I'm gonna post that. I didn't post her, but I posted my reaction to it. And it's just a video of me laughing that got 100,000 views. But it was very suspicious to me, these 100,000 views, because usually you would think if you get 100,000 views, it's gonna be, oh come on, you're gonna get some comments on it. I got no comments on it. I mean, like a few people, but not like, if you had 100,000 people view something of yours, you're gonna think that people are gonna comment on it. So anyway, I um, this is all for me to say. I think you need more than 100,000 views, and they have to be like real people. They can't be randomly fed through the algorithm. They have to, there has to be some. It's called social media juice in the industry, but there has to be some momentum for what you do. Um, I can tell you that for YouTube videos to be popular, like popular podcasts, usually people buy like 30 to 40,000 views to get them traction. So, all in all, how much do I think you have to pay? Probably for YouTube, you probably need like 30 to 40,000 views on a video within a quick amount of time. But something like TikTok, you need more views, maybe like a million views or something like that, for it to garner any kind of traction. Audie, hit the ball. What'd you say, Zoo?
Oh no, 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 I was talking. I was talking. Had nothing. Wait.
All right. Well, answer your question. I think it depends on the platform. It certainly depends on the audience, but I think on YouTube, probably like something like 30 to 40 or 30 to 50,000 views for a video, and on TikTok, probably it's more than 100,000 views. I can tell you that. I know that
My brother,
there's
my brother has like 2 million views on TikTok on a video.
welcome. How are you? Hang,
And then you're gonna be like, how?
Hang. Long time no
Then you're
speak.
gonna ask him,
Hang, long time no speak. How you doing, pimp?
Yo, I thought you were somewhere else, bro.
Dude, you know I'm always here.
But yesterday, come here. I just see your bed, and I don't know where you going.
I don't know. Was I sleeping?
No, I don't see you sleeping, dude.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not sure. What's new with you, Hang?
Well, it's like turning 18, so I can't do everything.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, bro.
It's been a long time. I know I told you you had to be 18 to be in here. So, what did you do on your 18th birthday?
Drink Hennessy.
You drank Hennessy. You can drink Hennessy on your 18th birthday?
I mean, yeah, people in my country they start drinking being 17, 16.
All right.
And I like to drink wine.
Wow. Okay, cool. Did you hang out with friends?
Yeah, in a party.
Yeah, and a party?
you can drink. Where are you?
Audie, good job. You won.
Where are you?
I didn't know his face.
You're welcome.
Where does Hank live?
Hang, where do you live?
Oh, just came back from America last week.
Right. Uh, he's in Asia.
Where
I,
did you live?
I
You live
went
in
to
America.
New York. No, I went to New York for a trip, vacation with my family.
Okay, that's not where you live. That's where you went on holiday.
Yeah, I bet to my home country, Cambodia.
Cambodia.
Wait, you sound so Aussie. Are you Australian?
Yes, I'm Australian.
Where you live right now?
You guys like
It's
cannibals over there?
what? Oh, Rabbi, what's the most popular Australian podcast?
Do you like cannibals in Cambodia?
Rabbi, you there?
Yeah, I am. I'm trying to think. I don't know any Australian podcasts.
Well, I'm trying to think. Oh, I know.
I went to Australia for 1 month too.
What about honeydew?
So do
Pumpkin
you know?
squash.
Is Honeydew an Australian podcast? That's a big podcast.
I'm t-
Oh, Honeydew Melon. Oh, apologies.
So do you know the city called Brisbane?
Yeah, Brisbane.
Yeah, I went there. Yeah.
I've been to Brisbane. Not for a long time, but yeah.
So you live in Melbourne?
Adelaide,
Yes, that
South Australia.
South Australia. G'day, mate. How you going?
It's definitely not a bad Australian accent.
Audie, it's your turn. Hang. This could have been somebody else, but didn't you go to the Olympics?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went to Paris.
Yeah, exactly. How was that?
Yeah, this
Well,
guy travels a lot.
Yeah, he does.
no, bro.
He took,
It's like
How
you're
was?
only 18. You traveled all around the world.
I don't think so. It's a lot of country, but I love to because I'm young, so I would like to see another world possible. Yeah.
Did you go to the Olympics with your family?
Yeah, yeah. My family is also.
Very cool. Audie, we told you how to do this. You hit it
Yep.
at the back wall.
Come on,
I've
just
been
say
in.
20 times the
No,
numbers.
no,
You should be
I
able to
haven't.
do it.
That's okay.
I might go to the Olympics in Brisbane, like in 2032.
When?
Hit it off the back wall.
2032.
I'm excited for the 2028 Olympics. They're in LA.
Oh yeah, 28.
2028, yep, LA.
Oh, in LA,
Yeah, that's who's hosting it in 2028.
I think I will fly to.
Very cool. They might have some events near me. Like I've heard, like perhaps some of the track and field, and they're gonna do like sailing, and not everything has been determined yet, but there are some that I'd like to go see. That'd be cool to live stream that.
Rabbi,
Oh,
Rabbi filmed two Olympics on stream.
Three. The 2021 in Tokyo, the 2022 in was it Sochi? The 2024 in Paris.
What do you mean?
The
2022 Olympic.
Winter Olympic Games.
Oh, okay, yeah, that doesn't count.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, but the summer one's more popular.
True. But the most famous Australian, well, perhaps that torpedo guy was really famous, but the most famous Australian medalist or Olympic athlete of all time, perhaps, won in the Winter Olympics. The guy was on Survivor. Anyway, Hang, what Olympic events did you see?
uh, USA national team.
Basketball?
Yep.
Did you enjoy it?
Yes, I love to because I see many people around the world came to Paris.
Yeah. Did you see the opening
So
ceremonies?
yes, I see the firework. Like it's incredible for a foreigner like me.
Yeah, I imagine so. It'd be amazing for anybody to see. Did you feel a sense of global unity?
Mm, I can't even describe, bro. Like it's words.
I imagine so. That's why I'm excited for Los Angeles.
Yeah. So it's only Los Angeles, right? No San Francisco.
Right. We're going to have the World Cup as well in 2026. And there are going to be some things
Oh,
uh, in Canada, the United States, and Mexico.
Mexico.
But mostly, it's like going to be based out of MetLife Stadium, which is in New Jersey. So we won't get to see much here.
So
But I watched
do you
it.
think like most American,
Go
you
ahead.
know,
Go ahead.
do you think most Americans love to watch World Cup in
No,
2026?
no, nobody cares about it.
Right.
Nobody cares about it. I mean,
I think only European,
yeah. I mean, I say that with like some um some attitude. It's just soccer isn't that exciting here, and even though our women's team, like, actually, I watched the Women's World Cup when it was on. It took place in Australia and in um, New Zealand, and I got super into it. I mean, I watched every flipping game because they were on in the middle of the night, and that's when I was awake. I watched the Men's World Cup as well, but it's just the United States team isn't that good, so we don't really get too into it. But um, I think it would be the biggest United States sporting event ever if the United States men team ever won the World Cup. It would be bigger than any Super Bowl. It would be bigger than any event. Oh, what a shot, Zoot! What a shot, Zoot!
yeah. Just
Oh,
imagine
that's a record.
winning.
That's a record. That's a record. That's a record.
It's it's definitely not a record, but it was one of the best shots I've ever seen.
No, I'm the no. I've never seen him too short in this off.
It's
Zoot, you got it. In Is that a record? No, I've gotten in on into on this hole. Maybe you haven't, but I know I have, and I know Riser has. Anyway, what other sports did you watch at the Olympics, Hank?
I watch like mm, mostly watch basketball and only football is my two favorite sports.
Oh, cool. Did you see any other sports?
Well, what's called like the hand that we use hand to throw like it's not rugby. Oh yeah, NFL.
So you watched Australian football?
Uh, in is in America is the champions called Super Bowl. What is that
That's
sport?
that's American football, but that's not in the Olympics.
Also it's different. Like
No, I think they have Australian rules football. Zoo, what's it called? Australian rules football or something?
yeah,
Yeah,
they
that's what
throw
it's called.
they use the hand throw the ball too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Australian rules football, AFL, which stands for Australian Football League.
Well, that's cool. Did
You
you
ever
see
what?
Hank? Did you see any of the female sports?
No, favorite female.
Oh, that's cool. I like the Olympics. It's always a cool thing. Oh, make it. Um, I don't know. It's just the sense of unity. There's like always content. Even the Winter Olympics, I
Yeah,
like.
paradise.
Yeah, it's neat. Oh, what a shot, Zoo. Well, what else is good, Hang? It's been a long time since we've spoken. Oh, this is my
I went to
first hole in one on that hole.
This is gonna be my first hole one.
Nope. I played this game like 1,200 times and never gotten a hole in one on this. That means with five holes, generally the games that I play, that's like a 1 in 6,000 shot. Well, not that, but one in that's big time. Maybe one in.
Okay, I I didn't play terribly here. 40, you can still make it.
Hey,
Shoot, that
so
was
did you hear me, bro?
no. What'd you say?
Yeah.
I went to Australia, but for first time, I think that the people. I'm Cambodian, so I mean I'm the type other of Asian. So why people act like friendly? You know, they very friendly. They don't racist to like Cambodian, but for Chinese they I think they racist to Filipino as a thing.
So are you saying that Chinese people are racist towards you, but Australian people are not?
No, I mean like Australian very friendly with me as a Cambodian, but Australian like they racist to Chinese people. I mean that crazy.
I gotcha.
I'm sure they are as well.
Australians are racist to anyone.
But he's saying that they weren't.
But
Nice
maybe
shot, Zoo.
maybe I'm in the wrong. I'm in the right place because in Brisbane they bit friendly, you know.
Yeah, in Sydney and Melbourne, you have a hard time.
Did did the racism for foreigners also, or just the immigration?
The racism in Sydney is fucking crazy.
It's for tourists also and the immigration too, right?
I don't know, but we're gonna win.
I see so many like Indian in Australia, so the, I don't know, crazy.
What do Cambodian people eat?
Pardon? What you say?
She asked, "What do Cambodian people eat? What do you like to eat?"
Mostly we like to eat soup and our traditional food, you know.
What are your traditional foods?
Pig teeth.
It's it's like rice and soup, you know, but we don't eat noodle. Bad of health.
Oh, you don't eat noodles.
Yeah.
Why don't you eat noodles?
Because for Southeast Asian, it's only eat when rice and bread. So for noodle, it's for East Asian like Chinese, Japanese. So many people in here they think noodle is bad for health. You know.
Gotcha. Do you eat seafood or fish?
Uh, we like seafood more than fish.
Okay.
So how about y'all?
Oh, Americans like everything.
McDonald's?
Probably one of the bigger things that a lot of Americans eat. McDonald's Corporation feeds 1% of the world every day.
So they like rice too, or what? Or bread? Just bread, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty
What did
high.
you say about Americans eating McDonald's?
McDonald's Corporation feeds 1% of the world every day.
That's crazy.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you realize that McDonald's Corporation is not a food corporation, it's a real estate corporation.
So how about Australia? Like, Sam?
McDonald's makes most
Yeah, I
of
was gonna
its.
say something.
Go ahead, Zoo.
McDonald's?
Makes most of its money off its real estate than off hamburgers and drinks and things.
Well, you know what? I think that bread is make us gain weight. You know,
Yeah, it's
it's true.
carbohydrates.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
same thing as noodles.
That's true.
McDonald's. There's like a McDonald's on every fucking corner. Like, you go to Australia, there's literally a fucking McDonald's, like, there's like two McDonald's, like, fucking 10 minutes from me.
And that's how they make money is the real estate. It's really an interesting business model. Most of their restaurants are owned by franchise. They're franchised, so they're owned by franchisees. And what they have to do, the franchisee has to pay the franchisor, meaning McDonald's, every month. And the price of the land is very expensive. At least the price of the land is charged at a very expensive rate. It's a very interesting thing what happened. If you've ever seen the movie The Founder, it's one of my favorite movies of the last 10 years, if not maybe my favorite. It basically tells you the structure of McDonald's. It was started in San Bernardino by the McDonald's brothers, and a milkshake machine salesman named Ray Kroc came in and basically strong armed them into um, selling their, I don't want to say their shares, but their influence on the business. And basically, what he said is he made franchisees sign a contract that said that, and standardized everything, but it also said that you can only have McDonald's on the property that's owned by the McDonald's corporations. And we're going to charge every month our franchisees an exorbitant amount to be a McDonald's franchise. There's a phrase that's used within
Uh,
the
um,
McDonald's Corporation that basically, if you are a franchisee of the business, you are the employee who never gets to go home. Meaning, you're always on call, you always have to take care of issues with employees, and it's almost you'll make good money, but it's a lot of work.
I'll tell you something.
Tell me anything you want to. Seniors in high school, when I was a young man,
You were a high school teacher?
correct? And I really enjoyed it. The highest compliment any student ever gave me was, "You shouldn't be a teacher. You should be the boss of all the teachers." It was the best, nicest thing any student ever told me.
So the principal?
Essentially, that's what they were saying, but they were like in third grade, so they didn't really know how to communicate that.
It's so cute.
Oh, it was so cute. It was so
I don't think,
adorable.
I don't think a principal's that great of a job.
Well, that's why I didn't want to do it. I mean, I just did it. It was like during the recession, and we were just pulling out of a recession, and I needed a position. And so for a year, I would work as a substitute teacher, and the students were wonderful. I really loved it. I was offered a position as a full time employee, but it was not something that for which I had a passion, meaning I could go and teach and be a teacher full time, but I'm very competitive, and very soon thereafter I would want to win all the awards, and I eventually want to become a principal and all the other things, and um, that to me, and then superintendent, and that to me wasn't the track that I really wanted. I really got the enjoyment that I wanted out of being a teacher. It gave me a lot of appreciation for being a teacher, but I didn't have any of the pressure that goes along with being a full-time teacher.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Go ahead.
Your time teaching, if someone told you that you could go to Australia and work at McDonald's and make more than what you were earning as a teacher, would you do it?
No, 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 no. I didn't teach for the money. I taught for the,
Literally
and
poison them.
what'd you say?
Literally poison them. It's a good business.
Yeah, I mean, it depends where you eat. Um, There are kosher McDonald's in Israel and in Argentina, and I really want them to open one in Los Angeles so I can try what kosher McDonald's tastes like. Um, I'm sure it varies, the quality varies in what country you're in, but yeah, for the most part, in the United States, it's filled with like a lot of preservatives and such. But I'd like to.
Have you broken kosher before?
I do my best not to, so um, not willingly. I can tell you, like, I'm sure that there are instances where something could have slipped in without my knowledge. I really think that's happened to everyone, but it's not like,
That happened to me with a vegetarian. So
yeah, I mean, like in those kinds of cases, it kosher's an interesting thing. What some people consider to be kosher, what some Jews consider to be kosher, isn't kosher to other Jews. It all depends on the hechsher, which is the little label on it, and it depends. It can really get down to like your individual rabbi. You just ask your rabbi, is this is this something that we eat within our community? And in some communities it is, and in other communities it isn't. A big one, probably the biggest case of this, is Hebrew National hot dogs, which I don't eat. They're not considered kosher within most mainstream Orthodox communities. However, it would be incorrect for me to say that they're not kosher. They have a hechsher on them. It's triangle K. It is a reputable hechsher for many different other foods. It comes down to politics between like Conagra Foods, which manufactures Hebrew National, and the certain organizations that allow for the different hechshers. I would say that the answer that you're going to get is this kosher is ask your rabbi, and your rabbi generally has a list. I have a list of what is considered kosher. Your main ones are Orthodox Union, the which is like OU, which you'll see on a lot of things. Chicago Rabbinical Council. I have Rabbinical Council of California right here, like on this sriracha that I like. It just depends on what people consider to be kosher or not. I mean, like it gets very political, and um, for the major things, like there's no organization that it's called the Haskacha. They're not going to kosher, say like shellfish, but some might kosher a type of cheese and another one will not. I mean, like that's a big one. Cheese. There's an argument to be made that at least in the United States, generally all cheese could be. There's an argument to be made that it's kosher, but most Jews, most of us will not eat most cheeses that do not have a hechsher. But there's an argument to be made. But then there are questionable hechshers. Like there might be. I mean, like there's an argument. Like some rabbi may say, I want to start my own koshering organization, and because it's not on the big list that you'll find within your shul or within your community, they will not consider that to be approved. But that might not necessarily mean that it's not kosher. It's just the community standards. So it becomes very political. I can tell you as well that things change. Like, for instance, Lay's potato chips. Lay's potato chips, like the yellow bag of Lay's, were koshered by a questionable organization, Triangle K. I don't necessarily consider that questionable because I know the story behind it, um, and I know that it just becomes very political. But like for instance, this Triangle K that you'll many of those inspectors. So now there are all these questions: is regular milk that you find in a store kosher? Some say it is because it still has state inspectors. Other people are gonna make the argument that it isn't, and it'll just take time, and eventually we'll get an overall sentiment. But it really comes down to ask your rabbi. So that is our kosher moment with Rabbi Rothschild. What would I tell a community when it comes to, let's say, milk? Well, we do have our own types of milk. It's Tola of Israel, and that's the kind of milk that I prefer. So if you want to be very strict, I would say to avoid regular milk production if you want to stay as strict or from, as we call it, as possible. But do I think that regular milk is necessarily treif, as we call it, non-kosher? No, I don't. It's a determination. But if I were having to give a rabbinical ruling, I would. You want to play it? What is it?
I don't know. Which one want to play?
All right. Well, just a moment. I have to use the machine really bad.
The world. For them, that meant being more in step with pop culture around the world. And at the concert, some students got up to dance because that's what they knew you were supposed to do at a rock concert. And the security guards made them sit down. And for the students in Shanghai, this sort of symbolized what was, a feint toward openness that really didn't have follow through. We're going to give you rock concerts, but not let you dance. And so the protest went on for a little while in '86, and posters went up. The officials at universities said, no, this is out of hand. We had chaos on the streets during the Cultural Revolution. We can't go back to that. And nobody wanted.
Zoo, what are you doing? Zoo,
Yeah?
are you gonna invite Audie?
No, we need 7 people.
That's what I said. Okay, so why don't we stop playing the island because that game sucks, and we'll play golf again, and we'll see if you can beat me, or if I'm gonna spank you like I have for the last.
No, we'll play Go Fish. We'll play Go Fish again.
All right, go fish. Sucks. Zoo, I hit. I didn't want to play the island. Waiting for players. You're strangers on a mysterious island. Be the last to survive. Can I invite people? No, this game sucks. Alright, go fish. That game sucks, but at least we can play it with 3 people. Alright, go fish. I want to talk to the people who run this app. I will tell them that they do a very good job, but they just need to open up some of their games to more than 2 people. Alright, go fish. 3 people. Audie and Zoo. Alright, Zoo, you got your invitation. You ready?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi, did you realize? Did you not realize that Audie took my coins? You forgot.
I did.
He's lying.
Go fish. Go fish. Hey, he is lying.
Oh, it's my king. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, garbage, garbage, dude. You know it.
What are you having on?
I have a 69. That's what I'm talking about. Come on.
I just got an A.
Dude, this game sucks so much more than golf. Golf is like chess. This game is like checkers. There we go.
I just lost.
Maybe not.
I just lost.
We tied. Dude,
Oh shit.
that game sucks. Let's see if I go or any of these other games with more than two people. No. That one's not.
Bowling?
Dude, I play bowling so much at night. I don't want to play it now. Table soccer?
Oh, I know what. I know what. I know.
No. Bounce, bounce. I'm not good at it. Word box. Let's play word box. Create a private game. 3 players. This will be fun.
Yeah. Rabbi.
Gotcha, Zoo. I wish there was just a rematch button. I don't know why you have to go through and do that. What'd you say?
Oh, Pete, be
Oh,
right back.
okay. We'll wait for her, Zoo.
Okay, 1 second.
Going some shit.
Wait, you can, after you go diagonal, you can go, like, they're all connected.
Zoo, join the game. Yeah, you can go diagonal. You can go backward. Up, down,
I'll
left.
be a
Right.
second.
All right, take your time.
Edge one.
Zoo, join the game. We haven't started.
Well, that Q is gonna be. Look, you getting more points.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh fuck! I am fucked. I am fucked.
Gotcha. All right, I need a. It is fun. I need a little bit of a break, so I'm going to turn on this podcast. Feel free to enjoy.
The analogy partly sort of scared them, and also it meant that the government was really serious about dealing with them. So then in 1989, this protests restart, and there are a variety of reasons why they can restart. The space for them, students are.
Welcome, Chung. How you living, pimp?
Hello, nigga.
Dude, we don't use those types of words. Come on, man. How are you? Chung, how's your day going? Chung, how's your day going? All right, well, we're watching podcasts. Feel free to enjoy.
Students are thinking about doing something in 19, and people took the history seriously. People were reminded of what students did in the past, and so there was there were a lot of reasons why people were itching to do something. And then a leader, Hu Yaobang, who was associated with the more kind of reformist, more liberalizing group within the Chinese Communist Party, he had been stripped of a very high office, demoted after partly taking a fairly light stance toward the 86, 87 protests. And so he was still a member of the government, but he was not as high up in power. He had been very high up. He had been sort of Deng Xiaoping's potential successor. And he dies unexpectedly. And it's a call for more democracy movement. It's a call for more freedom of speech movement. But it's also a kind of has some counterculture elements that really. There are rock concerts on the square. The most popular rock musician, Sui Jian, comes to the square and is celebrated when he's there. There's a sense of kind of a variety of things rolled into one. Um, and I brought up how it sort of gets conflated with the movements to overthrow communism in the Eastern Bloc. It was actually, in many ways, I think, more like something that happened in the Eastern Bloc 20 years earlier. It was more like Prague Spring and other 1968 protests in the Communist Bloc, which was about moving toward socialism with a human face, more like trying to get the parties to empower to perform rather than necessarily doing away with them. So there was a kind of disjuncture. Happened at the same time as labor activists joining the movement, then troops are called in, and there's a massacre near Tiananmen Square. Middle of the night, June 3rd, early June 4th, and the army just moves in and begins behaving very much like an army of occupation, which is something the People's Liberation Army is supposed to be the one that saves China from foreign aggression, and they're acting like an invading force.
So this is where famously the tanks roll in.
The tanks roll in, and I think also we have that famous image of the man standing in front of the tank, the banned image within China, and I really think the reason why it's considered so toxic by the regime is because it just shows the People's Liberation Army looking like an invading force, not like a stabilizing force.
Can we talk about that? Who's now called the Tank Man, the man that stood in front of the row of tanks. This was on June 5th in Tiananmen Square. What do we know about him? What do you think about him? The symbolism.
It's an amazing symbol. He's on this boulevard near the square with this long line of tanks, and it's unquestionably this act of incredible bravery. And there's some interesting things about it, some that are forgotten. One is that in the end he climbs up on the tank, and the tank swerves, doesn't run him over. And the Chinese Communist Party initially showed video of this and said, look, the Western press is talking about how vicious we were, but look at the restraint. Look at this. He wasn't mowed down. And they tried this whole story with Tiananmen initially, saying, look, the students were out of control. Everybody should remember what happened during the Cultural Revolution. And the army showed restraint. And there were a small number of soldiers who were actually burned alive in their tanks once the massacre began. People got outraged and they attacked the soldiers. But by selective use of footage, the Communist Party could say, look at this. The heroes, the martyrs were these soldiers. And they tried for the first months after it to try to get this narrative to stick. They talk about Tiananmen a lot. They talk about these things. They show images of the tank man. The problem with it is that lots and lots of people around Beijing had seen what happened and knew that in fact there had first been the firing on unarmed civilians with automatic weapons, and there had been many, many people, some students, but a lot of ordinary Beijing residents and workers who were just mown down. So lots of people knew somebody who had been killed. So that story just didn't work. And then I think the claim had to be made to try to suppress discussion of the event, and particularly to repress that visual imagery that was that image of the man in front of the line of tanks. Whatever the tanks did to him or not, the main takeaway from it would be this idea that there were lines of tanks in a city that the image was of the government as having lost the mandate to rule, and they really didn't want to have that image out there in the world.
Yeah, we're watching the video now. They got grocery bags in his hands. It's such a symbolic, I've had enough. It's like that kind of statement.
Yeah, and it's probably not a student. It's often described as a student, but he probably was a worker, and it is a powerful, powerful image of bravery. And I brought up the 1968 parallel for Central Europe. There was actually a very powerful photograph of a man bearing his chest in front of a tank in Bratislava during, I think it was Prague Spring. That was a famous image of bravery against tanks. And in 1960,
was it a heroic statement? Was it a purely primal, guttural, like I've had enough?
It's so interesting to just speculate on. We just don't know because he was never able to be interviewed afterwards. But I think the emphasis on patriotism is really important because one of the students' main demands was, and I think it might have been the thing that would have gotten them to leave the square, would have been to say, we want this to be acknowledged as a patriotic that our goals are patriotic. We're not here to take China back into the Cultural Revolution. We're here to express our love for the country if it goes in the right way. So will you admit that? And you mentioned about the power of the image. And I do think the Chinese Communist Party learned something, has taken to heart the power of the image after that, because we saw this when there were protests in Hong Kong. The government on the mainland really wanted to tell a story there of crowds out of control, and initially there were in 2014, and again initially in 2019 there were very orderly crowds, and it had trouble with that story. So they tried very hard to ban images of peaceful protests until there were some incidents, as there almost always are, of violence by crowds, and then they would show those images over and over again. They also worked very hard when Hong Kong protests began in the 2010s to try very hard to avoid any use of soldiers to repress them. It was all the police, and they tried very hard and managed to success, because the Western press was often saying, will this be another Tiananmen? Will there be a massacre? Will there be soldiers on the streets? The movements in Hong Kong were suppressed without the use of shooting to kill on the streets. They were shooting to wound. There was beanbag shot. There were rubber bullets. There was enormous amounts of tear gas. There was even tear gas let fly inside subway stations in 2019. And all these things are really brutalizing, but they don't make the kind of images that sear in the mind the way something like the Tiananmen tank man image, or the image of a Vietnamese woman being burned by napalm, young woman, that became another of the iconic images during the Vietnam War. Those images really can have an extraordinary power, and I think the Chinese Communist Party is now aware of that. There are no really gripping, there are very few photographs allowed of the Xinjiang extra-legal detention camps. There's very little photo. There is an awareness of how much power a photograph of a certain type can have.
So nobody knows what happened to the tank man.
No.
What do you think happened to the tank?
I assume he was killed.
Killed.
I assume he was just disappeared. It's interesting because very often figures are made an example of in one way or another. I mean, Liu Xiaobo was imprisoned and not allowed to get enough medical care, so you can talk about him having died earlier than he should have. But there's been relatively few of, like, for political crimes recently, sentences to death and things like that. It's much, not just in China but in other settings too. So what friction means is you just make it harder for people to get answers or get information that you don't want them to get, even though you know that some people will get it. You just make it the easiest way, the first answer you'll get through a search. So a lot of tech savvy or globally minded tapped in Chinese people will use VPN to jump over the firewall. But it's work. The internet moves slower. You have to keep updating your VPN. So you just create friction so that, okay, some will find this out. And then flooding. You just fill the airwaves and the media with versions of the story. And then by the 90s, 1984 is a very bleak culture of scarcity, a place where people just aren't having fun. And so, like, you could read, some people would read 1984 and say, look, this is the world we're living in. It's a big brother state. But others said, well, that has some similarities to us, but people are talking about a country like ours. Look, we've got supermarkets, we've got McDonald's. I mean, this is not, we've got fast trains, we're living so much better in some ways than our grandparents did. And this isn't like that bleak world he was imagining.
Yeah, you've actually spoken about and described China as more akin to the dystopian world of Brave New World than 1984. It was really interesting to think about. I think about that a lot. Recently, we read, over the past couple of years, we read Brave New World a couple of times, and also 1984. It does seem that the 21st century might be more defined to a degree. It is dystopian, in the opinion of the
elements. I think there are moments when it can seem more one than the other, and there can be parts of the same country that seem more one than the other. I think, and if we just think about control through distraction and playing to your sense of pleasure, and one thing that people forget sometimes or don't know is that Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, taught Eric Blair, who became George Orwell when he was a student at Eton, and they were sort of rivals. And in fact, in 1949, Orwell sent his former teacher a copy in 1984 and said, look, I've written this. Basically, it's kind of almost a little edible, like, I've written this book that displaces yours. He didn't say that. He just said, I want you to have this. But he criticized Brave New World and reviews as, like, not having imagined a world of capitalism run wild like before realizing the kind of totalitarian threats of the middle of the 20th century. But Huxley wrote Orwell a letter in October of 1949, same month the Communist Party took control in China. Not that he mentions China. And he just said, it's a great book and everything, but I think the dictators of the future will find less arduous ways to keep control over the population. Basically saying more like what was in my book than in yours.
I have to say, I think Huxley might be really onto something there. Truly a visionary. Although to give points to Orwell, I do think, as far as just a philosophical work of fiction, 1984 is a better book. Because Brave New World does not quite construct the philosophical message thoroughly. Because 1984 contains many very clearly, very poetically defined elements of a totalitarian regime.
Oh, and the dissection of language is just so amazing. No, I think you've got a point there, and I went back and reread Brave New World, and it's fascinating, but it's very messy.
Yeah.
I think there's a clarity to Orwell's 1984. There's a clarity to Margaret Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Similarly, the construction of the elements, and she was a big fan of both 1984 and Brave New World. So there's a way they go forward. But there was a kind of, it's not exactly a sequel, but Huxley did write something called Brave New World Revisited.
Yes, he did.
In the 50s, and he kind of said, actually, it seems, and he mentions China there. He said
it's not directly linkable, but the moment you mention the government, it's like a dumb keyword search.
And I think it's like one of these really good examples of how China's distinctive, but it's not unique. You have other settings where you have these like no-go zones that you learn, and one example is in Singapore. There was this. So National University of Singapore has a world-class history department, but no Singapore historian. Nobody who focuses on the history of Singapore, because it's incredibly wide-ranging what you can do, analyze. But when you're actually talking about the family that's been most powerful in this Foreign Correspondence Club, and there was somebody talking about human rights abuses in different parts of Southeast Asia, saying things very directly, and then said, and there are things going on in Thailand that we're not going to talk about. And there was this kind of, self-censorship can be a very powerful thing.
One of the things I learned about all of this, which is interesting, I want to learn more, is about the human psychology, the ability of the individual mind to compartmentalize things. It does seem like you could not live in a state of fear as long as you don't mention a particular topic. My intuition would be about the human mind. If there's anything you're afraid of talking about, that fear will permeate through everything else. You would not be able to do great science, great exploration, research, and so on. And that idea, I think, underpins the whole idea of freedom of speech. Why you don't want, in the United States, you don't want to censor any, even dangerous speech, because that will permeate everything else. You won't be able to have great scientists, you won't be able to have great journalists, you won't be able to have, I don't know, I'm obviously biased towards America, and I think you do need to have that full-on freedom of speech. But this is an interesting case study, and that's actually something that you speak about, that Mao, if he were alive today and visited China, would be quite surprised. You give the Nanjing bookstore as an example. Can you just speak to this? If Gao visited China. Let's go with that thought experiment. What would he recognize? What would he be surprised by?
So I wrote about imagining a revivified Mao, going kind of wandering this really cool Nanjing bookstore in the early 2000s and just being amazed at what you could read there and what books were for sale. And I thought about how he'd be like, what's going on? Communist Party not in control. I mean, he talked about how art and politics needed to, in some ways, go together. You've got all these kind of so you have this phenomenon of bookstores. There's also a few bookstores called the Nowhere bookstores that opened in Chiang Mai and Taipei and The Hague, and I heard one is maybe is going to open in or is open in Japan too. My sometime collaborator Amy Hawkins, who covers China for The Guardian, wrote a great piece late last year about this overseas bookstore phenomenon, sort of carrying on the conversations that people, things like that. So there are, even if there's that like fear, friction, and flooding, which Roberts talks about, that ends up keeping lots of people on the same page as the government. There's still people who take the time to go over the firewall or get intrigued, or they see an image sent by a friend of theirs on social media, will share them something on, you know, on WeChat that it doesn't get picked up by the censors, but they look at it carefully and they say, oh, well, wait a minute, that contradicts what the government's official line is. So there's still ways in which creativity and freedom of thinking persist.
I mean, that's really beautiful to hear. I mean, fundamentally, the human spirit is curious and wants to understand, and then some, especially the young people, as we mentioned, are suspicious of authority in the best kind of way, and so they're always asking kinds of questions. But we always have the child, the young person inside us, always asking like, that maybe I'm being lied to in all these kinds of ways. But still, it's sad because there is, if you're not deliberately doing that, if there's not a spark of possibility that comes before you as just a regular citizen of China, you might never really ask. Maybe there's a whole different perspective on history, on world history. To be fair, I think the United States is often guilty of this very United States centric view of history. It was similar with Europe. Europe is a very Europe sense of history. I often enjoy talking to people from different backgrounds, from different parts of the world, and talking to them about World War II, because it's clear that the emphasis, you've read certain chapters of the story a lot of times and not the other chapters of the story. The Western Front in Europe and the Eastern Front in Europe, and then Japan and China's role in World War II, and the history around that before and after World War II of China is not often talked about in the United States. And I'm sure, if I could venture a guess, that the opposite is true in China. I certainly know the opposite was true in the Soviet Union and even in Europe, that directly experienced France, Great Britain, Germany, Italy. They all have very different ways of speaking and thinking and reading about World War II. And the same goes across all of history and all of culture. So, yes, it's always good to sort of question the mainstream narrative in your country. And looking outside is just harder to do in China, based on based on all the reasons you mentioned. If I can, I just want to give a shout out. Thank you. I'll look at her work, Margaret Roberts. The fear, the friction, the flooding. Her ideas, I can already tell there's a lot of brilliance here. Fear, this is the most traditional form involving overt threats and punishments for accessing and sharing sensitive information. However, Roberts finds that fear-based censorship is used selectively. They target
Lies about him, search for things about Xinjiang, and it makes it seem like it's a place where people are happy rather than massive extra legal detention camps and where your life can be ruined um, by things you have no control over. But she said, like, on other ways, when it comes to like consumer playing to your pleasures and things, is really advanced. A lot of things that then come out place are tried out there and in massive numbers. And I remember around the time that I had read that, I was in Shanghai, and somebody was explaining it to me. They were talking about like going out to eat. Like I said, oh, we've got such and such, and I said, oh, that's like Yelp. I said, well, yeah, but Yelp just tells you the overall rating for a restaurant over time. We've got one that can tell you which part of the restaurant you want to sit in because there's a waiter that's in a really bad mood, and people have posted enough information to do this, or what the best dish there is in the last week. Forget about these sort of slow, and you had a lot of things that were like, okay, you smart city and controlled. You can learn things about ease of movement, and Singapore had some of these things tested too. You had way before here. It really is minority report. It's this kind of like you do certain kinds of behaviors, and we're seeing this other places too. We're seeing versions of it in the U.S. as well, where it's like, oh, we can tell from a pattern that you're the kind of person who might do X. And so in Xinjiang, when they were starting to round people up, there's this great book by a Uyghur poet. He talks about how people were just starting to disappear off the streets, and they were being accused of being radicalized, of being potential terrorists. And the cues could be something like somebody giving up smoking or not drinking alcohol, because that was seen as something that sometimes went along with becoming um, more devoted to Islam and more devoted to something, a particular version of it. So he talked about how a group of the poets, when they would get the writers, when they get together, they would, whether or not any of them drank, they would make sure there was a bottle of alcohol on their table, because it was simply a way of trying to stay ahead of this system of looking for these kind of clues. So you really have this dark side of Xinjiang is this example, and Tibet also with incredible tight control. And there's more of that kind of push on personal life in other parts of China as well. But I think the question of whether we give up too much and who can abuse what we do give up is something that is being asked in the United States now about big tech companies, as well as it's asked about governments, but it's also asked about big tech and what you have as a trade-off. And I hadn't thought about it until this conversation, which I can tell is why people find it stimulating to have these extended conversations, because you have set lines, but then you kind of, the conversation goes and you think in a different way. So what I used to always say about China after 1989 and things like that. But the Communist Party makes different kinds of arguments now about the rest of the world is in chaos and we're more stable. But the thing that I now am going to think about differently is the argument was we'll give you more choices and you'll have more of a private life, more of this. But now, in the period we are globally, now there's a new kind of suspicion about the degree of any kind of private choices. I mean, there was an idea that the post-Tiananmen generation was promised to have a little bit more space away from the prying eyes of the state. And now, globally, we worry about the prying eyes of whether it's the state or whether it's tech companies. It's a different moment. What does it mean to say you have more choices?
It's almost like you have two knobs. One is 1984 and one is Brave New World. At first they turned up the Brave New World, more choices. And now they're turning up the keeping the choices, but turning up the 1984 with more surveillance. So the choices you make have to be more public. Do you have a sense that the thing we've been talking about, the increase in censorship, does that predate Xi Jinping? Is Xi Jinping a part of that increase in censorship? Like, what is that dynamic? What role does Xi Jinping play in what China has gone through over the past, let's say, a decade and a half?
That's a really great question. I was actually just writing a review of two books. One is called The Xi Jinping Effect, which was just a bunch of scholars, academic volumes, sort of looking at, take this topic and that topic, how much is Xi Jinping as a person really affected? And they come up with all kinds of answers. But there's a book I really like. Emily Fang of NPR has a new book out called Let Only Red Flowers Bloom. And what she talks about the changes in China as she was covering it from the mid-2010s on was, and I think this really is Xi Jinping's, one of his imprimaturs on the country, is there's a narrowing of spaces available for variations of ways of being Chinese within the country. And this goes against the grain of a pattern in the sort of post-Tiananmen period of allowing more space for sort of civil society, but also allowing sort of way Muslims felt that they didn't have to choose between being, their Muslim identity and their Chinese identity. There's more and more of a kind of, we see this in Xi Jinping becoming impatient with Hong Kong, where there was a way of which, okay, this is a city that's part of the PRC, but it really operates very differently. He seems to be uncomfortable with difference, I guess, is he's not alone in strongman's way of sort of wanting to impose a kind of singular vision, what Chinese identity means, what loyalty to the status quo means, and so there's been a kind of tightening of controls over all the borders, and even when things she reported on was Mongolia and
what can we say? What do we know about the structure of this Communist Party apparatus? How much internal power struggle is there? How much power does Xi Jinping actually have? Is there any insight we have into the system?
So James Palmer, who worked in Beijing as a journalist and now is an editor of Foreign Policy, wrote a report piece a few years ago about just we should really be straight about what a black box of the Chinese elite politics are, and really not try to pretend we know more than we do. We did used to have more of a sense of these kind of ideological factions, but also partly about different views of how much tinkering there should be with the economy, things like that. And they were also partly based on personalities and personal ties. But we did have a sense, you could sort of map out these kinds of rival power bases and things. And we just have much less of a sense of that under Xi Jinping. It's very hard to know, other than this sort of small group around him, how it works. We don't have a major defector who says, yeah, this is how Xi Jinping. We have Xi Jinping's self-presentation and a lot of things that are then said about him. There were some false expectations about him that some people thought, oh, he's going to be a reformer because his father was a liberalizing figure. But it doesn't work that way. And he does seem to care about orderliness. He does seem to care about certain things. He wants to present himself as a kind of scholarly figure in touch with China's deep past. We know he's a strong nationalist and a kind of cultural nationalist as well as political nationalist, but beyond that, we don't have that much of a sense of what makes him tick. We get little hints. There's a secret speech where he talked about, that leaked out, that he talked about how Mao and Deng Xiaoping, you have the story, a very powerful story about the Chinese past that the Chinese Communist Party makes a lot out of. But that Chiang Kai-shek, the Nationalist Party, was Mao's great rival, also made a lot out of. And it has a partial basis in fact, was that from the middle of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century, and the answer they had is that under my watch that's not going to happen. And the reason why my party deserves to rule is because it can reassert China's place in the world. And both the Nationalist Party and the Communist Party predicated themselves on this kind of nationalistic story of being in a position to prevent that from happening again.
This is a bit of a tricky question, but is it safe for journalists, for folks who write excellent books about the topic, to travel to China?
I think there are all kinds of different things about safety or not. I think until recently at least, the people who were most vulnerable were people of Chinese descent, people originally from China who had gone abroad and come back, or even people who were Chinese Americans who went there. There was a higher sort of expectation that they should be. So you had early cases. My friend Melissa Chan was an early person kicked out when she was working for Al Jazeera and reporting on Xinjiang. So So that's one kind of person who was vulnerable because of this expectation that they should be somehow more loyal. Another kind of person who was vulnerable, or in this case, more likely to be blocked from China, the Communist Party is particularly concerned about people from outside of China who are amplifying the voices of people within China or exiles from China who the government would like to silence. So the Dalai Lama, you had scholars who worked on Tibet and had connections to the Dalai Lama, were early people to have trouble going to the PRC. Then scholars who worked on Xinjiang were connected to Uyghurs. But there also were people who were sort of personally connected to dissidents or exiles who would amplify their voices or translate their work, would promote them. That then it wasn't about necessarily danger if you got in China, but you were more likely to be denied a visa if you were the kind of person who was doing that. So I wrote critical op-eds about the Chinese Communist Party. I published them in some high-profile places. I've written a lot about Tiananmen, about human rights issues, all that, and I kept getting visas to go to China. I testified to a congressional executive joint committee on China about the Tiananmen protests on the 25th anniversary of it, and somebody said, oh, that's the kind of thing that would lead to you not getting a visa. I got a visa right after that. Now I think it might be different. Now some of these expectations have been changed. There have been people who've been very surprisingly gotten in trouble. These two Canadians who were clearly was a kind of tit for tat, partly because of tech mavens relative being held in Canada, so it was kind of there. It was also not picking a fight with Americans, but there were certain kinds of things that you could map out what was the riskiest thing to do. And so I went in the 2010s, having written, forcefully about Tiananmen, and I didn't feel dangerous. I mean, I felt there was an awareness in some cases of what if I was giving a public talk, there was awareness of what it was. There was sometimes you didn't want to get your host who had brought you to a university in trouble by saying something that would get them in trouble. I think it was often that you were more vulnerable if you were within China or you were connected to China. For me, it's been confusing these last few years. I wrote one piece about this, about I'm not going to any part of the PRC for the time being. But I always thought that Hong Kong was a place that would be free to go, even if the things got difficult. I didn't get a visa for the mainland. You didn't need a visa for Hong Kong. But with Hong Kong, with the mainland, I had kept a kind of distance from the dissidents that I was writing about. With Hong Kong, I felt that these rules kind of didn't apply, and I was more connected to them, more friends with some of them. And then, with this crackdown that's come on Hong Kong, and there are exiles from Hong Kong who have bounties on their heads. And so now I feel that, it's not necessarily that anything would happen to me if I went to Hong Kong, but I feel I would be very closely watched. And so I wouldn't want to meet with some of my friends there who aren't this high profile. So I don't want to go to a place where I would feel that I was toxic in some way.
Right. One, you're walking in the eggshells, and two, you can get others in trouble. That kind of dynamic is complicated. So it's fascinating that Hong Kong is now part of that calculus. So I've gotten a chance to speak to a bunch of world leaders. Do you think it's possible that I would be able to do an interview with Xi Jinping?
If you do, I would be very pleased, because I could watch that interview and get some insights about Xi, which have been very hard to get. I mean, they're really difficult. There have been very few discussions. He doesn't give press conferences. There's a variety of things, and this is different from some of his predecessors. Jiang Zemin famously was interviewed by Barbara Walters and asked about Tiananmen, and he tried to make out that it wasn't a big deal. There were a variety of things, but he had relatively spontaneous conversation. I was going to say, he's the only Chinese leader I've met, but I met him before he was a major leader. He was the party secretary or mayor of Shanghai. It matters because the party secretary is the more important role. But anyway, he just met with a group of foreign scholars who were going over to Shanghai in '88 for a conference just to show you the limits of anybody who thinks they can predict what's going on in Chinese politics. I mean, predictability is just very hard in general in the world. But I think the consensus among us, and these were some of the most knowledgeable foreign scholars on China, was this was somebody who really had probably topped out because he was meeting with us. You know, he must not be heading anywhere up. And then after Tiananmen, he becomes the top leader in China. But he had a kind of, you could pick things out from being in a room. He liked to kind of show off his kind of cosmopolitanism. Xi Jinping gives these speeches about all the foreign authors he likes and has read, but it's all very kind of scripted, at least in his own head too. It's very carefully done to present a certain image of himself, and we really don't get many senses of what he's like in unguarded moments or has them. And sometimes we get the illusion of them. Like there was an image of him and Obama in their shirt sleeves at the Sunnylands meeting, and the photo would show them walking and talking, but there's no translator in the image, and so like, how are they talking? What language are they using? How is this? Or is it just a kind of? I mean, of course, there are exchanges with top leaders, and Trump will say they're friends, or these kinds of things where there's a language of Xi Jinping can talk about somebody or some country being a friend, but we don't have a sense of what makes him tick as a person. So maybe you should ask him about Ernest Hemingway and see if he really gets excited about it. Because
it's in a merchandise store. You can find it at t.me/HPOS10I.
Oh yes, I'm glad to be in England, the country of Shakespeare, and this, and he goes off to these set things. But Hemingway, there's some sense that he had some special feeling, which fits in with some of the macho scientist thing would be. Interesting. He doesn't mention Orwell as one of his favorite British authors.
Yeah, Doug.
He says he likes
I'd love to talk with you right now. I'm watching this podcast, so feel free to watch along. I'm working on a project as well.
Became one of the really
if you want to talk to me, join my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi. If you come there, I'll be able to hear you better and I can talk with you.
Is a rare Western author who's had a pretty steadily positive image in China, even under periods of criticism of, like all Western authors, problematic, because Victor Hugo famously wrote a statement denouncing the European destruction of the old summer palace in Beijing in the 1860, the end of the Second Opium War. He said, how can we claim to be civilized when we've destroyed one of the great creations of civilization? So that kind of made him a kind of long-term friend to the Chinese nation. Mark Twain has had a pretty good reputation because he was a critic of American imperialism. So, but anyway, I think if you do get to talk to Xi Jinping, talk to him about Ernest Hemingway and Victor Hugo, and I'll be curious to see if those were the ones who really resonated.
One of the things, and it's a strange thing that I've become aware of, having spoken with world leaders, I'm distinctly aware that there's a real possibility that the black box we mentioned, that the Communist Party of China will listen to the words I'm saying now. And so I have to wonder how much that affects my possible tourist-like trip to China. Because there's a difference between sort of an influencer that does fun things, plays video games, and goes over to China, and somebody that actually covers China to some degree, whether critical or supportive or nuanced or any kind of way, in the full spectrum of ideas you can have about China, including Chinese history, whether that's going to be seen carefully, analyzed carefully, and have repercussions when you travel. Because of the black box nature, and because it's, for me personally, it's just a culture that's very different than anything I'm familiar with, it makes me a bit nervous.
It's certainly gotten harder for journalists to operate in China. There was a way in which now journalists will look back to the early 2000s, and it was really quite extraordinary what they could do. Well, you have a lot of listeners. I mean, I think there isn't that tight a watching of what an academic writes about the Chinese Communist Party. But there are certain things that clearly are kind of tightly policed, and one is discussions of the private life of Chinese leaders and their families, and issues of kind of really following money trails for corruption and things like that. So there was the case of the Hong Kong booksellers who were kidnapped, and one of them is still in a Chinese prison. He would be a good example as Gui Minhai, the kind of person who was vulnerable. He was born in China. He was actually he is a Swedish citizen, and he was spirited out of Thailand into the mainland. And the reason why he was on the radar of the Communist Party was because the publishing house in Hong Kong that he was connected to was publishing works about the top tier of the Chinese Communist Party and contradicting the kind of vision of them as a certain kind of moral exemplars. And that's different from writing things about China has a bad human rights record or something like that in ways like I did. These were books that were exposés, some of them kind of gossipy and lightly sourced, some of them much more serious, but they were about something that the Communist Party leadership wants to make a no-go zone. And I thought sometimes that Xi Jinping seems to have lèse-majesté envy. But I don't think it's kind of general criticisms of the Chinese Communist Party as a authoritarian structure or place that doesn't deserve to rule in kind of very general terms. I don't think that's something that they then pick you up at the border and say, no, we can't let that person in, because people are let in. And it's not rational. It's not a rational process. There are people who've been denied visas. It seems pretty inexplicable. There are things that now I think the rules are changing very quickly all over the world for kinds of what's safe to say and do.
Well, either way, I do know that the Communist Party and likely Xi Jinping himself watched my conversation with Prime Minister Modi. They responded to it, and I do hope, and I will definitely go to China, and I hope to talk to Xi Jinping. It's a fascinating, historic, ancient culture, and is the major player on the world stage in the 21st century, and it would be fascinating to understand the mind of the leader of that great superpower. Speaking of leaders, what do we understand about the relationship between Xi Jinping and our current President of the United States, Donald Trump? Is there really a human connection, something approximating a friendship, as they've spoken about, or is it just purely realpolitik maneuvering, world leaders playing a game of chess, or is it a bit of both?
There's a degree to which I think there's some confusion about a couple things. I mean, one is when there's a sense that Trump is sort of uniquely tough on the Chinese Communist Party. He has periodically said things about praising Xi Jinping as a leader, even sort of praising Xi Jinping's strength and things. So I think for some ways, for the personality cult of Xi Jinping, some of this is kind of useful, because the story that the Chinese Communist Party, they need to tell a story about why they deserve to keep ruling. And one of their stories is that because the world is a dangerous place and there's not a lot of enough respect for China. So when there's very tough talk about China coming out of the White House, that's useful. And then the other part is about Xi Jinping being just the right person to have at the helm. And when there are discussions, when there's praise for him and his showing toughness, that also works well. So I think the argument among at least some China specialists is to say the Chinese Communist Party likes predictability, and Xi Jinping seems to like predictability in particular. And Donald Trump clearly isn't a predictable figure. So there might be a way in which this is unsettling. But I think the other part of it is the Chinese Communist Party wants, under Xi Jinping wants to gain more allies around the world, to be seen with more respect around the world. And at the moment, he's in a position where he can present himself as an orderly, thoughtful, gradualist figure. In some ways, I think, as much as there's tension between the two capitals, there's a way that um, things are going in a way that benefits Xi Jinping and can see good. That doesn't explain what their personal relationship is and how they actually see each other when they're in the room together.
And whether that matters or is part of the calculus at all, because after all, they are leaders of superpowers. I think for Trump, it matters. Personal relationships matter. But of course, we see a lot. We know a lot about Donald Trump. We know a lot about the White House. And actually, let me just say as a tangent, for whatever you think about this particular White House, one of the things I really like is that every single member of the cabinet is willing to talk for many hours every single week, talk about what they think, how they see the world, explain Donald Trump's approach. It doesn't matter if you disagree with what they're saying. Maybe you say they're dishonest, maybe they're misrepresenting, but there's a lot of information. That's something we don't have with China. As a fan of history, for me, and as a fan of sort of deep political analysis of the world, it makes me sad because it's a very asymmetrical amount of information. But anyway, let me, if I can, lay out this particular complexity we're in now, this trade war between U.S. and China. Now, you're not an economist. In fact, you think deeply about history of peoples and history of China. You think about culture, you think about protests and the movement and so on. And there's some degree to which this trade war is less about the economics. Now that layer is also very important when we discuss it. But there's also a deeply cultural standoff almost happening here, which would be interesting. So in April, as people know, Trump escalated a trade war with China using tariffs, raising them on Chinese imports to 145%. Xi Jinping then responded by raising tariffs on U.S. goods to 125% and suspending exports on certain rare earth minerals and magnets to the U.S. The Chinese government also indicated it would limit the import of Hollywood films and restricted certain American companies from operating in China. Now, after that, Xi Jinping broke silence on April 11th and again on April 14th, and since, basically saying that China is not backing down, and positioned himself and China as the, quote, responsible superpower that promotes, as you were saying, that promotes sort of the reasonable multilateral global trading framework and a stable global supply chain. He said, quote, for over 70 years, China's progress has been built on self-reliance and hard work, never on handouts from others, and it remains unafraid of any unjust oppression. Also, he said, there are no winners in a trade war, and going against the world will only lead to self-isolation. This was all said as part of a tour of Southeast Asia, and he was calling on China and the European Union to defend international rules opposing, quote, unilateral bullying. At the same time, I saw that China is escalating internal propaganda, including, interestingly, it would be nice to talk to you about it, the use of the Mao Zedong 1953 speech during the Korean War, where he says, we will never yield. My question is, with this standoff, who do you think will blink first? Where does this go?
So I think one persistent, there's a lot to unpack there for of a historian too. I mean, I think that the reference to being bullied by a foreign power is something that comes up periodically and plays to this kind of notion of 100 years of national humiliation that's been talked about by generations now of Chinese leaders, to talk about throughout that period from the 1840s to the 1940s, there were a group of foreign powers who were involved in bullying China in one way or another, and you can selectively pick one or another. So there is a way in which this can be, and if Xi Jinping gives that kind of speech in Southeast Asia, he's speaking to a place where there is knowledge of times of the past when the United States was a aggressive force there. It's also a part of the world where there have been times when China has been that. So there is a way of positioning vis-a-vis other parts of the world that is crucial part of this. That I guess I'm circling around it, but there's a tendency in discussions of U.S.-China relations to think about it in terms of a bilateral discussion or dispute, even though time and again we realize that places other than the United States are key variables in these things. So the U.S. and China being at odds in the Mao era, what changed things dramatically for that wasn't so much even a change in, yes, Nixon was the one who went to China, but what made it possible for Nixon to go to China was that the Sino-Soviet split happened. That actually it was tensions between China and the Soviet Union that altered equations for the United States and China. And I happened to be in China in 1999 when NATO bombs hit the Chinese embassy in Belgrade and 3 Chinese citizens died, and there was tremendous discontent about that, anger about that within China. And there were some rare protests that the government allowed to happen, but students were worked up about it, and there were protests outside the American embassy and the British embassy. And that happened, and then in 2001 there was a spy plane incident that happened, and so there was a lot of discussion that the next decade was going to see U.S.-China tensions being the major force in the world. 9/11 happened. It was a dramatic reset for the trajectory that the U.S. and China were on, which is these are two totally different things, the Sino-Soviet split and 9/11, but in both cases, no matter how careful you were at parsing what was likely to be the next 5 years for U.S.-China relations, get dramatically changed by something that happened that wasn't the U.S. and China. And in the current situation, the trade war, I know that it will be very important that China can try to increase sales of consumer products to Europe. This is something that Europe's view about the United States is changing right now. These are all kinds of variables that are outside of simply Washington and Beijing as being the two actors. And sometimes Beijing can't control what's happening outside, and sometimes Washington can. And so I guess this is simply saying that when you're watching and you're trying to keep the eye on the ball, it matters a lot what India's relationship to China and the United States is. So all of these are happening there. So I think that's it. That it's both tremendously important what's going on between China and the United States, but it's important to remember that they're not the only players in this dynamic.
Also, on top of this, how much cultural will is there to sort of not surrender to bullying? How much of that is there? So, like you said, the century of humiliation, both for Xi Jinping and the Chinese populace, like willingness to go through some short-term pain to not be humiliated.
The story that's been intensively told about the past is something that provides the possibility for this to matter a lot. That it's something that's just so it's so much a part of the legitimating story of the Chinese Communist Party. And then you have to look at, are there things that are happening that aid the Chinese Communist Party's story? So the rise of what can seem like or is anti-Chinese sentiment within the United States can feed that propaganda story. And so certainly, during COVID, there was a way that if you're the Chinese Communist Party and you're saying we get a disproportionate amount of blame for whatever happens in the world, then if there were things you could point to in the foreign media or from foreign governments, then that helps you. So I think, there is a setup here where, certainly for Xi Jinping, I think the desire to not be seen weak is crucial.
Sometimes I wonder how much these leaders operate on pure ego, because politically and on the human level, they don't want to come off as losers in a standoff, versus coming to a economic win-win for both nations. And I worry that there is a real pride here, that the center of humiliation has deeply saturated the populace, the Communist Party, this idea where they're just not going to back down. And that, I think, will cause tremendous pain in the short term for the United States, I think for China and the world, because it completely transforms the supply chain of everything. There is a global nature, there is a multilateral nature of all the economic partnerships that were formed throughout the 21st century, and this kind of protectionist, nationalistic kind of ideology goes in the face of all of that, and it's going to create a huge amount of pain of regular Americans. But also I worry that this increases, not decreases, the chance of a global war or conflict of different kinds. Do you see a hopeful possibility for resolution, for de-escalation here?
It's a hard time to figure out what you can to sort of hopeful angles. I mean, I guess what's hard to even balance these things out. So one of the things that I've thought about when you talk about rising chances of war, that often Taiwan comes to mind with China. And one of the things that I've thought of is that for Xi Jinping, that military action against Taiwan would be increased by a sense of desperation, a sense of losing popularity, or a sense of not having a good story to tell about why he and the party deserves to lead. So then there's a kind of way of playing to the national sentiments of some part of the population. So then, in a sense, it's hopeful that I think in some ways right now Xi Jinping is not looking desperate in the eyes of the world. If he can focus on potentially being seen more positively in other parts of the world by seeming like a kind of force for stability, seen as somebody who's supporting rather than challenging some elements of the global order, that might lessen the chances of a rash action toward Taiwan that would be a kind of desperation move.
The complicated thing here is that if he gives in, he can come off as the responsible person who cares about the world, or he can come off weak. If he doesn't give in and even escalates the tariffs, although I think he said no more escalation on the China front, then he comes off strong, but also the equally unreasonable person who doesn't care about the world, who only cares about his own ego and maybe some aspect of the Communist Party maintaining power. Because just like in Tiananmen Square and the tank man, you don't know, once you make the decision, how the world will read that decision, what kind of things will become viral memes about the telling of that story. And of course, in part, I think Donald Trump's reach is much wider because he's constantly out there. And I think there's a more reserved, less messaging out of Beijing. So it's a really chaotic environment in which to make strong decisions. But since you brought it up, we'll talk about Hong Kong. Let's talk about Taiwan, and maybe there's some parallels there. Given Xi Jinping's emphasis on the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the unification with Taiwan being a crucial part of his vision for China, what do you think?
Hong Kong, because I think these are connected issues. In 1984, when the year, not the book this time, that's when a deal was struck basically between London and Beijing over what would happen to Hong Kong. So Hong Kong Island became a British colony at the end. Not a colony, it was a 99-year lease. So 1997 was this kind of expiration date for the lease of this large amount of territory of what we think of as Hong Kong. It's a large amount of territory that the rest of Hong Kong, the Hong Kong Island and Kowloon, depend on for energy, water, and sovereignty of all of Hong Kong, all these parts, to the People's Republic of China. And I carefully say transfer sovereignty, not give it back to the People's Republic of China, because it never belonged to the People's Republic of China. It was part of the Qing Empire, which was a different country, a different state. Anyway, but this needed to be transferred. And the deal that was struck was that the London side wanted to do something to protect what was going to happen to people there. And remember, this is not what usually happens to colonies. Colonies usually go from being part of an empire to being some degree of self-government. And because of that, the Chinese representative at the UN insisted that Hong Kong was not a colony and Macau was not a colony, because then they would have to be decolonized. But so anyway, there was an understanding that something would have to happen in 1997, and London wanted some protection for the people in Hong Kong. They knew were living in a very different way than people lived under Communist Party rule. There was a different kind of rule of law. There wasn't democracy, but there was some degree of input in governance. The colonial authority and the most powerful person in Hong Kong was appointed by London. After 1997, the most powerful person would probably have to be somebody who could work with Beijing. But in this negotiation, something was come up with called One Country, Two Systems. And Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of China in diplomatic terms, wouldn't have its own military, but it would have its own system for 50 years, was the idea, from 1997 until 2047. There was a tension from the beginning over what that other system, what was going to be the part that was going to be separate. And clearly everybody agreed we need to have a different economic system. It had capitalism, so people agreed on that. But there was tension from the start of, well, what about legal, what about cultural, and other things. And things were written into this deal, which would be over time, Hong Kong people would govern Hong Kong. But Beijing thought they would govern Hong Kong, but it would be a Hong Kong person who Beijing had played a role in choosing. But the reason why Taiwan is relevant to all this is in 1984, as they were discussing this, the Chinese Communist Party said, and we'll come up with this arrangement, and people in Taiwan should pay attention to it, because it could provide a model for what could happen with them being absorbed into the People's Republic of China. So the idea was, Beijing said, hey, people in Taiwan, watch what happens to Hong Kong after 1997 and think about it as a model for what could happen with you, saying, like, watch how smoothly it will go. Over time, people in Hong Kong started saying, well, wait, Beijing keeps sort of nibbling away at, chipping away at these things that make us separate. And especially after 2008. There were reasons why Beijing went especially light on Hong Kong early, after 1997. Beijing wanted to join WTO. They wanted to host the Olympics. A big move against Hong Kong then could have endangered those things. Also, at that point, the PRC was heavily dependent on economics in Hong Kong, the Hong Kong economy. Also, just something, because I'm a university person, in 1997, when Hong Kong became part of the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong universities were the only universities in the PRC that were considered totally world-class. Hong Kong University and Chinese University of Hong Kong were highly rated institutions. At that point, Peking University, Beijing, Beida, and Tsinghua were not yet considered world-class institutions because they didn't have the kind of academic freedom and humanities that was at that point needed to be higher rated. Over time, that difference started to go away because global rating from universities stopped caring as much about academic freedom and things like that. In Beijing, universities surpassed Hong Kong. So by the 2010s, when you started to have these protests in Hong Kong, pushing back against what was called mainlandization and sort of clamping down, Hong Kong protesters in 2014 put up a banner at the time when Beijing was holding the line against Hong Kong people wanted to have real elections to choose the chief executive rather than a kind of one where there were elections but only people who Beijing approved of basically could run. Hong Kong activists put up a banner saying, "Hey Taiwan, look at Hong Kong. Taiwan beware. Hong Kong's today could be Taiwan's tomorrow." So basically spinning the one country, two systems argument and saying, yeah, Taiwan, you should watch what happens here. So one way to think of Chinese leaders since Mao is that Mao and those after him wanted to make China bigger territorially than it had been, to try to reclaim land. Under Mao, Tibet, which had been not part of China, became part of the People's Republic of China. Mao offered something a little bit like one country, two systems to it. Isabel Hilton, who writes wonderfully about Tibet, has talked about the parallels with the Hong Kong system. And some Hong Kong activists saw parallels as well. Tibet was supposed to go its own way as part of the People's Republic of China in the 1950s, and then by 1959, the center got restless, tried to interfere more. Local people pushed back against it. And a workable, what seemed like it might work out somehow against all odds, explodes. The Dalai Lama goes into exile. The Dalai Lama, who before that had thought maybe he and Mao could work together, that didn't work. Hong Kong, the new version of the experiment, happens. It becomes clear in the 2010s that it's not really workable, that the center is less patient, needs Hong Kong less. The Hong Kong people feel it's more of a sort of now or never period to push back. You could say that Deng Xiaoping oversaw the deal that got Hong Kong and Macau to become part of the People's Republic of China. He could point to that, even though he died right before 1990, during 1997. But he had achieved that kind of deal. Xi Jinping you could argue, he finished the deal of making Hong Kong fully part of the People's Republic of China, doing away with this degree of difference. And you could say that that is a stepping stone toward Taiwan, or you could say that the South China Sea, islands build up, might be enough for him to put his stamp on, having been the kind of leader who expanded Beijing's reach. He probably wants both. I mean, he probably, to the extent, he would like Taiwan to become part of the People's Republic of China, which it has never been. But the hope was it could happen through a kind of more gradual absorption and people in Taiwan being willing to think of that. And yet, in part because of what's happened to places like Hong Kong, there's a stronger sense of Taiwan identity now than there was at an earlier point, and less parties that are more willing to try to negotiate some kind of tighter connection with the PRC are often doing badly at elections there because of this move.
2047 is 50 years from the 1997 handover that we were talking about with Hong Kong. On top of that, 2049 is 100 years from Mao taking power. It feels like at that moment China could take Taiwan, because it does seem that there's a kind of value for history in China, and they take these days very seriously. On the other hand, as you have studied, there is some tensions and displeasure and protests, some of the biggest in human history in Hong Kong. And so put all of that together, and so many possible trajectories of human history could happen here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm particularly interested in youth movements, and one of the things about, I think, generation is such an important factor. And people know that generation is important, but somehow sometimes people think that if you divide people up into economic groups, you divide people up into racial or ethnic class, that groups that somehow is more tangible. But I think with things like the Hong Kong protests, that there was a process of what was seen as mainlandization, of Beijing just moving to make the things that were really distinctive about Hong Kong less distinctive and minimizing the differences. And this process sped up dramatically after the 2019 protests. And there was just partly with the distraction of COVID and the distraction of the world, there was this imposition of this national security law that basically did away with the differences. And you had some people in the city of an older generation saying, like, why couldn't they have just been more patient? Why did these protests force the hand of the people in power? But I think that age has a lot to do with it, that if there was this kind of gradual erosion, or there was going to be this process of doing away with the things that made Hong Kong really special, that people loved passionately about it, including this sort of freer press or just freer associational life and things like that. If you were 17 in 2019 and people were saying by 2047 it will all be gone, or maybe it'll even all be gone in 10 years, then you're talking about living most of your life in a Hong Kong that isn't the Hong Kong you really love. Whereas if you were 80, you were like, why not be patient? Why can't we be patient? And people in between had all kinds of things. This is one thing that leads to, often kind of logically, there's a rationality toward younger people being more militant about certain kinds of things. I think we see the same thing with climate change, with climate activism. You're talking about whatever projection is of when things are going to get worse further down. The younger you are, the more of your life is going to live in that scenario. There's a logic for more of that kind of impatience. There's also a sense of frustration with an older generation not having done enough to sort of resolve issues. These are things with Hong Kong, with climate change, with Thailand, the place that I've been working on lately. One of the slogans in 2020, when there was a push for democracy, was "Let it end with this generation," which again expressed this kind of sense of gradual solutions are fine, but we're carrying more of a burden of what we're going to do with that. So with the 2019, also the protests, I mean, some of the things that were being chipped away at by Beijing. In 2012, there was an effort to impose mainland-style patriotic education. And like, well, who cares how civics is taught? But actually, that has a lot to do with the larger kind of political story. And the protesters that year, young people stood up and actually got the government to blink. The local authorities backed down on that, bringing in mainland-style education. In 2014, the protest was to try to get full voting rights for the chief executive. The government didn't blink on that. That was something where they held the line. It was a big, colorful, exciting protest, but in the end it hit a dead end. 2019, there are even bigger protests, and at first it seems like surprising what the issue was. The issue was an extradition law that would have people potentially who committed crimes in Hong Kong being tried for them if the mainland wanted them on the mainland. Now they're really different court systems. Hong Kong never had democracy under the British, but it did have a stronger rule of law and more independent courts that sometimes decided things that went the other way than what the government wanted. And the mainland doesn't have that kind of court system. 98, 99% conviction rate. In Hong Kong, if you're put on trial, if you're arrested even before 2020, if you were arrested even under a kind of politically related charge, you were out on bail and giving interviews with the press. On the mainland, that didn't happen. So I think in 2019, having lost the battle over voting, this idea that, okay, we've really got to take a last stand to defend the rule of law and a kind of degree of separation of powers, that doesn't sound like a clearly obvious thing for slogans, but it is something that I think we've realized in this country and in other countries as well, is something that can really be definitive about where things are going politically.
Well, I should also say, I mean, it's more dramatic than it sounds with that tradition because it gives power to mainland China to imprison sort of political activists and then try them in a very different way. So it's not just even a different system, it gives another lever and a powerful one to punish people that speak against China.
And, I mentioned the Hong Kong booksellers who were spirited over the border, and one of them was still in prison for having published things in Hong Kong. But it was supposed to be okay to publish in Hong Kong, but not on the mainland, and yet they ended up being charged. So yeah, there was a clear sense that if they didn't protest then, would they be able to protest later?
So this was one of maybe the biggest protests in history,
percentage-wise. Because the reason I kind of make that claim, because there were 1 million to 2 million people in the biggest protests, and this is a 7.5 million people. So if you think about what that means, it's just enormous. I mean, yeah, there were some very daring protests around that period, the Hong Kong ones, and the year after that, there were protests in other places, but protests in Belarus, where again there was very, it was taking big risks. But if people have a feeling that it's a kind of last moment, so yeah, these were giant, and the protests kept growing, and I think they kept growing in part, and this happens. Why protests grow? It's always hard to figure out. But in the case of Tiananmen and in the case of Hong Kong, 2019. If people feel that the sort of protesters have the moral high ground in one way or another, what tipped it that way in Hong Kong, I think, was really that the police were using really strong-arm methods, and the government was never apologizing or never saying we need to investigate that. And I think what really kept the protests going was they became a referendum on the right to protest itself. And what I think the government hoped, and what Beijing certainly hoped, was that some of the protesters would start doing militant actions, violent actions that would alienate the populace from the protests. And the protesters did do some of those things, but they tended to attack. The violence was often against property. And when there were occasionally violence against people within the movement would apologize or try to distance themselves from that. Meanwhile, the government was never apologizing or distancing itself from the police. And that created a dynamic where you had these enormous numbers of people who were previously on the fence about things turning up for these protests and leading to them being giant. Even people, and this was a city that sometimes had the misunderstood reputation, as being one where people didn't care that much about politics. They just focused on living a good life, but there was a sense that they wouldn't have that possibility if you had a police. And the police used to be really highly respected in Hong Kong, but it lost that.
Maybe you could speak to some of the dynamics of this. First of all, you were there in the early days, as I understand. How does a protest of this scale explode as it did? Like, it starts with small groups, students, the youth. Like, maybe you could speak to, in general, from all the studying of youth protests, how does maybe anger, maybe ideological optimism, maybe the desire for revolution or for better times amongst a small group of students, how does that become a movement, and how does that become a gigantic protest?
So protests, well, one of the things that some of the most impressive books I've been reading at other places have been emphasizing is that protests are often preceded by other protests that may seem like dead ends, but actually provide people with the kind of skills and scripts and repertoires to then carry out things on a larger scale after that. So you often we get captivated by a moment that seems to come out of nowhere, but it often doesn't. It's been the ground has been laid by, it can be by an earlier generation that passes on the stories about it, or it can be just a few years before. And sometimes a new generation will say, look at what they did, that was exciting, but we want to put our mark on things by generation. So there were these 1986 protests that sort of fizzled out that helped lay the groundwork for the 1989 ones. In Hong Kong, there were the 2012 and 2014 ones that laid the groundwork for 2019. Some of the times it was the same activists out on the streets again, but sometimes it was a younger generation that, yeah, okay, but that failed, so what can we do differently? And we see this in cases in the US, and we see it around the world, of this kind of the percolating of things that happen, sometimes in conversations that continue, that happen. And sometimes, failures can seem like dead ends, but over a long period of time, we see them as succeeding. And it can seem irrational. It can seem irrational to try to do something after the last 3 times people have tried to do it have failed. But then occasionally, history shows that the 3rd time or the 5th time or the 20th time actually does succeed. There's enough countervailing, In Eastern Europe, you would say, like in 1956, there was a rising, it was crushed. In 68, there were risings, crushed. Poland, 1981, martial law imposed. In 1989, what were East German protesters thinking when they poured out onto the streets? And then it happened. But this time it wasn't. So I think there's a way in which social movements are fundamentally unpredictable. And there are just times when, against all seeming odds, something that seemed like it would be there forever just no longer is.
And that's the case you make for when the odds seem impossible. It's still worthwhile.
It doesn't mean that it will work. It doesn't mean that it will work, but I think history has enough examples of things that you thought. I mean, this is, it explains why certain figures are so inspirational for generations of activists that, people read. There's a reason why people talk about Václav Havel. Whereas if Václav Havel had died in 1988, people would have said, oh, maybe he was a great writer, but his political project, he didn't live to see come. But then he lives to 89 and becomes, against all expectations. So Rebecca Solnit, she's got a new book, No Straight Road Takes You There, Essays for Uneven Terrain. And she's talking about taking a longer view of some struggles that achieve things after the point when people might have imagined that they had run into dead ends. And she's talking about keeping your eye on the gains that happen, even incrementally, and the ways in which the need to take a longer-term perspective on some of these things. And I think it's a strange thing, because there's also often an impatience in movements of people wanting kind of immediate results. But as a historian, looking at situations I've mentioned for Eastern Europe and Central Europe, but Taiwan was a right-wing dictatorship under sort of a version of martial law for decades. And at each stage, it would seem that people struggling to change it were on a quixotic, impossible kind of mission. Or South Korea was in a similar situation. And then in the late 1980s, you start to have those things unravel. And it's partly because of a kind of steady resistance. It's partly because something in the world changes. But there's often a combination of those things. So I'm interested in that whole, we know that what happened in Hong Kong in the short run didn't work. And I don't see a way in which the national security law is reversed or anything like that. But that doesn't mean that it was a completely impossible effort, even though we know the result in that case was to have this failure.
So the protests are generally worthwhile. mean, they do give, as I look at the description of the migratory routes ideas take, they do seed ideas in the minds of people, and they live with those ideas, and they share those ideas, they deliberate through those ideas. They might travel to different places of the world, and then those ideas return and rise up again and again and again. There's two parts of the world that I think are fascinating and unpredictable. So one is Iran, which the trajectory that place takes might have a completely transformative effect on the Middle East. And then the other one is China, where the protests, whether it's in Taiwan or Hong Kong, or maybe other influential parts of China, those ideas percolating up and up again might have a completely transformative effect on the world.
So maybe this is another case where, so the Chinese Communist Party, leaders in the Chinese Communist Party, they do know about history, they care about history, and one history they know is the Chinese Communist Party was almost destroyed in 1927. I mean, it was, if you were taking odds on what are the chances that this ragtag sort of group that's being pursued by Chiang Kai-shek to try to determine it, and yet over time they somehow managed to ride it out and eventually come to power. There's an awareness of the ways in which the seemingly impossible can happen. It doesn't mean it will. I mean, this is why I think, and one of the really kind of tragic or heartrending things is you can have situations in which movements that seem to be pursuing an impossible end result, they achieve that result. And then after another period, the country goes into another really difficult period, or it seems that the successes are being rolled back. And my new Milk Tea Alliance book that I've just written, dedicated to two people who lived through a variety of these things. One is a Burmese activist who was involved in a failed uprising in 1988. He then was an exile who didn't know whether he could ever see his brothers who he loved back in Burma. And then something magical kind of changed, and in the 2010s, it seemed that there was a kind of democratization that turned out to be a false dawn. He was able to go back, and now he's again, when there's been a coup crackdown, he's now again cut off. And at one point, I was asking him about how he feels about this when he's still trying to sort of raise awareness globally about what's happening in Myanmar. And he said, I feel helpless but not hopeless. I think, how does somebody maintain hope in that? And the other person I dedicated to, Rabbi Rothschild, as a Hungarian friend of mine, who was an activist before '89 and saw this amazing thing happen with communism, Communist Party rule ending. He was part of the process that came, and he was friends with Havel, and Havel there, Poland's changing, and all of this exhilarating moment, but ends up being a critic of Orban and following a tightening of control, of rolling back of many of the things that were victorious then. But this kind of the no straight road, that actually there's something about it. It could be disquieting when these unexpected things are blows to where you thought history was going. But history shows you that history doesn't have a direction. There isn't a straight road.
Yeah, and there's, the idealism of youth can lead to things like the Russian Revolution, and then you get Stalin with Holodomor and the purges, and all of that entailed. So a successful protest and a successful revolution might have unintended consequences that far overshadow whatever ideals and dreams you had fighting for the working class, whatever it was in that particular case, that can cause immeasurable suffering. So there is no direction to history. There's just some lessons we pick up along the way, and we hopefully try to help humanity flourish. But we barely know what we're doing, and now we have nuclear weapons.
And some of it is also, though, sometimes the people who I find really admirable, it's not about trying to create totalistic change, but they focus on trying to do what they can for the things they believe in within constrained circumstances. And in Thailand, they've sort of hit a roadblock now again over kind of trying to bring about electoral change. A party that did really well was then disqualified. And so the activists I know are focusing on local efforts to improve a neighborhood, to keep a neighborhood from suffering from a kind of unthinking gentrification. They're thinking small. They're thinking sometimes about just what can we do to improve the life of people within certain, how can we build, how can we contribute to the kinds of social groups that might make some kind of incremental improvement to being the kind of world that we want to live in. People do that in all kinds of ways.
What kind of parallels can we draw between Taiwan and Hong Kong? What do you think the people of Taiwan are thinking?
Version, at least the People's Republic of China, for a place where people live very different kinds of lives. And I think a lot of people in Taiwan feel they're living a very different kind of life on the mainland. So in that way, I think Hong Kong was an important 2014, before the big protest in Hong Kong, by people who were working together with Beijing. So they've been interconnected stories. But I think we sometimes miss how people within a region are looking at what other people in the region are doing and are taking clues from it about sort of how to agitate for the things they need.
And in that way, in Taiwan, for different supply chains for electronics, for semiconductors, for a lot of our economy, there's been a lot of nervousness about Taiwan. What are the chances that there is some brewing military conflict over this question of Taiwan in the coming decades, and how can we avoid it?
It's one of these really worrisome issues that there isn't an easy. I think experts who tell you they know what X, Y, and Z about this is are deluding themselves probably. There's so many variables.
Maybe you could just elaborate possible clues we have.
So, with talking to people in Taiwan, and from Taiwan, there are a couple things that are clear. One is that daily life in Taiwan is not people waking up each morning, living their life based on the fact that there's in such a perilous kind of predicament that life goes on, and a lot of people feel very, very fortunate to be in Taiwan. There are many reasons why it seems like a great place to live in many ways. So even though this is hanging, but at the same time, there is an awareness of things that increase precariousness. And there was a lot of concern with the invasion of Ukraine, and watching how the response to that was. And there was a sense of it being analogous. There was a sense that Xi Jinping would be watching the response to Putin and seeing what he would do then. And so then there was a sense of relief, I think, when there was as unified a Western NATO, including the United States, response. And then there's a concern, about the Trump presidency because of Ukraine. At the same time, there are mixed signals. So people are, I'm sure there are people there who are both saying Trump is going to be tough toward the Chinese Communist Party, and others are going to say, but if he's not as supportive of Ukraine, what does that say for the sense of? So they're not the same situations, but all people have, in a sense, sometimes with unknowable situations, is to look at things that have any degree of parallel connections in other places.
Do you think Xi Jinping knows what he's going to do in the next 5-10 years with Taiwan, or is it really like there's a loose historical notion that Taiwan should be part of China with Xi Jinping and the Communist Party? You believe that?
That loose idea was accepted. Chiang Kai-shek and Mao both thought that these two places were part of somehow destined to be the same. It was just after that period, Chiang Kai-shek thought, how long until I take over the mainland and it all becomes the Republic of China? This is not now something that any leader in Taiwan is believing. There is a degree to which that remains a kind of sense within the Chinese Communist Party leadership as an eventuality. I don't think there's a set plan. In part because I think it is also dependent on what the kind of costs in various realms would be of doing that. I think it still does. I think it's still one scenario would be possibly a sense of becoming strong enough to not have to worry about consequences. I think another, I still think to some extent more, would be a sense of weakness or precarity of maintaining power domestically and needing to do something to distract.
And another complexity about this is it's not always so clear the line between no conflict and conflict. So there's a lot of gray zone tactics of nonviolent pressure that China could exude. So it could do non-military violence. It could then escalate that to non-violent military intimidation. And all of this has consequences for the United States because there's a messaging thing going on here. And then, of course, that could then go to a full-on do-as-you're-told actions that come at a high risk of a hot military conflict. So basically, just don't do military violence, but just full-on pressure, ordering Taiwan to do things. And there, it's like in order, the only way to respond is with violence. So you're completely trapped. You're saying no. You have to say no with a military force behind it, and then what do you do? And at every step in this, it's such an unstable, non-linear, dynamical system where anything could just, unintended consequences could happen, and it could just escalate in a matter of days, if not hours. And so, like, this is where I think it's really important to find mechanisms and tactics and strategies of de-escalation. Which is why this trade war that's happening, one of the nice things of being so connected by trade is it creates a disincentive for any of this kind of posturing. Because I do agree with you, I think it will start, as these things often do, as a kind of military sort of early steps posturing in order to maintain power internally. That China would just create military conflict of different kinds in order to distract. But then how does that escalate?
If all that wasn't complicated enough, Taiwan isn't just one place or one island. There are islands that are closer to mainland Jinmen, and there are degrees of integration. And anyway, so but your comment about integration of trade and sort of being a check on kind of there's a Chinese writer who fascinating guy, Han Han, who was a race car driver and a filmmaker, and a bad boy novelist. Anyway, in his heyday, he was an interesting kind of blogger who was testing the edges of things. And he had this blog post where he was talking about this was in the early 2000s. He was talking about how China was building the massive Three Gorges Dam project. And he said some people are saying building these dams, be so easy for the Americans to just just bomb them and destroy our country, and because it would be a massive flood. And he said, but that's really silly. That's a really silly argument, because Americans know that downriver from there, when we flooded out, was the place where their iPhones were built, and and they want their iPhones. So that's what So this kind of notion, he's making through a humorous point, the way in which interconnectedness can can be a check. And interconnectedness can be in all kinds of ways: the flows of people between places, and having people from one place living in another, traveling to another, studying in another. That can actually be something that helps to stabilize the world. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind.
Since you mentioned the Long March and the unlikely coming to power of the Communist Party, let's go back. We began comparing Xi Jinping and Mao. Let's go back to Mao. How did Mao come to power?
The road to Mao coming to power, we need to first say that China was under rule by emperors until 1911, overthrown by an upheaval that was partly by people who wanted to change China into a republic, but also some people who wanted to get rid of the last dynasty was a Manchu ruling family, so they saw them as ethnic outsiders. So it was a strange combination of kind of ethnic nationalists who wanted China back under the control of Han Chinese, other people who thought the time for rule by emperors was over and wanted to establish a republic. And Sun Yat-sen became the first provisional president of this newly formed Republic of China. But then he got nudged out of power by a military strongman. And then there was a period where the country was really divided. The Republic of China didn't have a strong government. But there were then two groups. One rallied around Sun Yat-sen, had founded something that became known as the Nationalist Party. And then there was a small group of people who formed the Communist Party. Mao was one of them. These were intellectuals who were part of the May 4th movement of 1919. They were inspired by Marxist ideas, but they were also just inspired by the Russian Revolution. Russia was nearby. It seemed good to think with. It had a largely rural population, and somehow it seemed to be getting strong in the world, and there was this interest in sort of how China could do that. And the newly formed Soviet Union did something very important. There were a group of foreign powers, including Tsarist Russia, that had gained big concessions out of China when, in 1900, the Boxer Uprising had taken place, and then been crushed by a consortium of foreign powers who had gotten privileges and indemnities out of that. And the newly formed Soviet Union renounced those, said, that was the old order, that was imperialism. And so Marx's ideas were attractive to some Chinese thinkers, but Lenin was very attractive because of this combination of anti-imperialism and his notion of a vanguard party leading a country forward. So there was a small communist party, a bigger nationalist party. They were involved in these protests against warlords and against imperialists. And while Sun Yat-sen was alive, Sun Yat-sen got the two parties to work together. Because Sun Yat-sen wasn't a Marxist. He didn't believe in class struggle, but he admired Leninism. And so he said that actually the Communist Party and the Nationalist Party may have had different views of the path forward for China, but they agreed on who the enemies were. And the enemies were the warlords who were keeping China weak and too willing to compromise with Japan, and foreign imperialism. So China needed to get rid of the warlords and become a stronger country, and then they could sort it out what road to take. Sun Yat-sen dies in 1925, and his successor, Chiang Kai-shek, is initially keeps the alliance going with the Communist Party, but in 1927 he turns against the communists and tries to carry out a purge against the Communist Party members.
He's the head of the nationalists.
He's the head of the nationalists, and he has some very different. He's a kind of culturally more conservative figure. But what's important in part about this is there are some members of the Chinese Communist Party who accept the basic ideas of Marxism, of revolution comes from the cities. But Mao has this idea that actually he's partly loves this idea of peasant rebellions in China's past as driving history forward, and he starts writing about how, well, maybe in China's case, actually the peasantry, farmers can be a radical force. And so the Communist Party is on the run, it's being pushed around, the nationalists are trying to exterminate them, but eventually, and the nationalists and the communists ally again after Japan invades China in the 1930s. They formed what's called a Second United Front. But during this period, Mao is emerging as taking leadership in the Chinese Communist Party, and his idea of a different kind of vision of communist revolution that has the revolutionary vanguard somehow being the peasantry. After World War II, after the two parties have brokered a truce that sort of worked together against Japan, there's a civil war between the nationalists and the communists, and against all odds, the Communist Party wins. The Communist Party gets support from the Soviet Union, the nationalists get support from the United States, even though neither of them are quite doing things the way that their backer would like them to. But there also is a way in which and this is something I think the Communist Party leaders remember, there's a feeling that the Nationalist Party doesn't really believe its own rhetoric, that in fact all it cares about is having power, that it's internally corrupt. Chiang Kai-shek himself isn't viewed as sort of personally corrupt, but family members, and there's an idea that there's just a small band of people that are benefiting, and there's a kind of disgust with the leader, with the nationalists. The nationalists end up in retreat in Taiwan. That's why Taiwan then becomes the Republic of China. There's an uprising there that Chiang Kai-shek's people, the nationalists, repress. And there starts being, from the late 1940s on, this long period of martial law on Taiwan, and there becomes then this period where the mainland's under the control of a Leninist party, believes in one-party rule, and believes that it was a very bad period in Chinese history when China was unable to stand up to imperialists. Taiwan's controlled by a Leninist party that believes in one-party rule, limits on participation, believes that it was a bad time when China was being bullied by imperialists. What distinguishes Chiang Kai-shek has a personality cult, Mao has a personality cult. They have a lot in common, but one clear thing that makes them different is Chiang Kai-shek says that what's wrong with the Communist Party is they've abandoned Chinese traditional values of Confucianism. And Mao says that on the nationalists, what's really bad is they are still wedded to these traditional Chinese values of Confucianism. So cycling back to where we began with Mao and Xi, you could actually say Xi Jinping in some ways is like living out the dream that Chiang Kai-shek had of one-party rule and also kind of celebrating Confucianism.
Yeah, there's elements. You've spoken about the elements of Chiang Kai-shek and Mao that Xi Jinping kind of combined. You've also mentioned an interesting, if we had, 100 hours to talk about, there's another interesting side effect, similarity that you talk about where Xi Jinping's wife is out there, a known entity, a part of his public image, and the same was the case with Chiang Kai-shek.
Yes, and both of them, right, they had high-profile wives who were sort of celebrity figures and made a good impression globally and were more like kind of first ladies. But both Chiang Kai-shek and Xi Jinping oversaw a period of emphasizing more traditional patriarchal values in China. And one of the things I didn't mention before, Xi Jinping has been very in this idea of trying to do away with difference within PRC. He's been pushing against feminists and any kinds of feminist movements.
So going back to Confucius.
Yeah. I mean, there are people who will argue for a less patriarchal Confucius, but it fits with that.
So now that gets us close to Mao consolidating power.
Then the story after 1949 with Mao is there were divisions within the Communist Party over sort of Mao was impatient. He wanted to transform the country quickly. He had a utopian streak. He thought just as the peasantry could sort of, you didn't have to stick to the traditional pattern of moving slowly to socialism and into communism. He tried to, the Great Leap Forward was this disastrous policy of his that imagined China outdoing the West in a kind of quick industrialization and move like this. And it was just it just didn't work. All kinds of things wrong. And that would be we'd need a whole other session to do the Great Leap Forward and the Cultural Revolution. But one of the simple ways to think about it is Mao made these kind of disastrous moves and then was partially sidelined and then wanted to get back to power. And there was efforts to do things dramatically, even at the risk of chaos, even at the risk of undoing a lot of the kind of slow building of state building going on. And then there were other figures who were more concerned with one of those figures, Deng Xiaoping, ends up being the next long-term.
Enough to understand modern-day China. So, as people know, as our show talked about in other episodes, the Great Leap Forward, this agricultural collectivization and rapid attempt to industrial. How could Mao be so catastrophically wrong on the policy of collectivization and be so unwilling to see the atrocity and the suffering he's causing enough to change course?
So with the Great Leap Forward, which caused this incredible famine, just incredible devastation, one of the things that happened was getting very bad information. There was a sense that officials were afraid that if they gave bad news, if they admitted that they were failing to meet these giant targets that were being set, that would be seen as a political mistake. So it got to be a survival mechanism to pass on unrealistic reports on what was going. So some of it was a culture of fear around a great leader that led to not getting accurate information. So that was one part of the dynamic. Ego was a big part of it. There were all kinds of things that were unmoored. When early in the Chinese Communist Party history and power, there was the connection to the Soviet Union and Mao, and Stalin had a connection. After Stalin's death, Mao was haunted by the move toward de-Stalinization and the move by Khrushchev, and this laid the groundwork for the Sino-Soviet split. But there was also this kind of obsession with doing things differently that Mao had in that case as well. And you have factional struggles. You have all kinds of things that are happening simultaneously.
There's something I learned about called Gray's Law, which states any sufficiently advanced incompetence is indistinguishable from malice. So I would say when 30 to 45 million people die, it doesn't really matter what the explanation is. That's a longer discussion, but the interesting discussion that connects to everything we've been talking about is how is Mao seen in modern day China? What has Xi Jinping said about Mao?
So before Xi Jinping, there was this kind of assessment of Mao as having been early in the early 80s of being 70% right, 30% wrong.
I guess Mao's own analysis of Stalin was that Stalin was 70% right and 30% wrong. And so they applied the same kind of
logic there. Yeah,
mathematical analysis to Mao.
Yeah. But Xi Jinping has had a different way of talking about this, and he's talked about the first 30 years of the People's Republic of China and the second 30 years, and says that we should not use the successes of one to criticize the other, that we need to see where we are today as benefiting from both those first 30 years and those second 30 years, which implicitly, or he sometimes talks about a new era, it suggests that in many ways he sees China as now in a post-reform era. We can think about a third stage, and there are people who write about it in that way. And so he clearly, there's always been a way of trying to separate out a kind of Mao of the periods when things were not going horribly. And I think Xi Jinping would think that Mao, having managed to fight the Korean War to a standstill, which is how things are how the history of that period is described in the PRC, said, look, you had so many different forces of the more developed world fighting on one side, and that war did not end in a defeat for North Korea and for the Chinese side. So yeah, Xi Jinping, I think, wants to be seen as an inheritor of Mao, continuer of one side of the Mao legacy, but clearly, circling back to where we began, not the Mao who liked to stir things up, not the Mao who believed in mobilizing youth on the streets, not the Mao who let things get out of control, but the Mao who was responsible for strengthening the nation.
Can I ask you about the 1953 speech? Can you just watch it real quick? This particular speech is about in 1953, at the end of the Korean War, saying China will not surrender. Let's actually just listen to it. The speech reads, as to how long this war will last, we're not the ones to decide. It used to depend on President Truman. It will depend on President Eisenhower, or whoever will become the next U.S. president. It's up to them. But no matter how long this war is going to last, we will never yield. We'll fight until we completely triumph. Yeah, so this is the version of Mao that you're speaking to. That is still celebrated today. And from the Chinese perspective, I guess they could tell the story about that particular proxy war that they triumphed. Now, what do you think about that speech, about these proposals? I don't know how much you've listened to Mao speeches.
Well, he had a really difficult accent to make sense of, and native speakers of Chinese can have trouble with his speech. That one was less hard to follow than some of them.
But what explains the accent?
Well, he's just from Hunan, and he had a heavy accent. This is another complicated side of Mao. He
Welcome.
was both
How are you,
anti-intellectual and very intellectual. He liked
What's good?
write poetry and to fashion himself as that, but he also liked to be seen as incredibly
Just
earthy
watching podcast. Hope you
and
enjoy.
critical of the of intellectuals, and if he had an animus toward wanting to, even though he was intellectually had that anti-intellectualism. But no, I think what's interesting about that speech in part is how in even the depiction of the Korean War as being the war against America, resist America and support Korea. I think it fit with his idea that it wasn't just about China. It wasn't about China working in self-interest, but siding with the underdog countries against the hegemonic ones, and that was another part of Mao's Mao's desire to see China as representing the kind of um, a third world and a sort of the countries that had felt the brunt of imperialism, of Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and trying to find one or another country's imperialism to focus on. At that point, he was focusing on America, which is something that can have particular resonances now. Mao could alternate. At certain points, he thought there should be an alliance with, where he said that China should be able to work with Japan because, he said it at one point. He said, "Well, without Japanese imperialism, the Communist Party wouldn't have risen. We wouldn't have had this ability to unite the people." Um, we have seen in the post-Mao period some leaders playing on sort of anti-Japanese sentiment because of the history of Japanese aggression, or there can be anti-American sentiment because of the history of American roles in imperialism, or it can be played in a different way. The United States certainly tried. That the United States didn't have formal colonies in Asia the way that Britain and France did, and tried to present itself differently. So these things are also kind of in flux. And now we're in this very unusual flux period. At the beginning of the imposition of tariffs, there were leaders of China, Japan, and South Korea all together in photo ops, which was not something that being on the same side. So I think this is also just a kind of broader lesson to not assume that configurations will always stay.
If you look out into the 21st century, what are some of the best possible things that could happen in the region and globally with China at the center of the world stage? What are the possible trajectories you could see culturally, economically, politically, in terms of partnerships and all this kind of stuff?
Such a hard moment to be imagining these things. I mean, I've long wanted to see a return of China to this path toward a more kind of I wasn't one of the people who imagined that there would be this convergence of or China's emergence into evolution into a liberal capitalist country. But I'd love to see a return to that more kind of tolerance of diversity within China, variations within China, more space for civil society. And it's a hard time to even imagine that because Hong Kong kind of represented that place that was somehow within. It was an amazing thing. I think looking backward, rather than forward, I think it's really extraordinary how much leeway was given to Hong Kong for a period there. That was really special. No Communist Party run country had ever had a city within it that had as free a press as Hong Kong had then, as much tolerance for protests, and I think it was I mean, I hope it can be seen by some, at least within Beijing, as a miscalculation too. The People's Republic of China wanted soft power, and Hong Kong films were admired around the world. This industry, there was a way in which creativity was flourishing. So I guess it would be just the hope for more spaces where that kind of creativity and openness to data, where things can flourish. I'd love to think that there actually are a variety of things in Taiwan, but if those could become broader norms, not that Taiwan's perfect, it has its own internal problems, but there are many really attractive things about it right now, different kinds of things that flourish. So maybe setting in which Taiwan in its post-martial law, post-Leninist incarnation would be something that we could think of more.
Yeah, you're right. Taiwan and especially Hong Kong is a truly special place to since it's a case study, it doesn't make sense that that would happen, but it happened. I mean, history is full of wonderful things like this. And I guess, can you clarify? You think the protests in 2019, like the protests in 20, they're mostly a failure? Is there still a possibility that Hong Kong like rises and its way of life, its way of being, the democratic ideals, not necessarily full on democracy or this kind of thing, but would actually, in a sense, um, permeate China, not the other way around?
So that was a hope early on, and there were ways in which some parts of Hong Kong style even sort of permeated across the border. I think it's hard to see it now with how Hong Kong has changed, but I hesitate to. I mean, awareness of the unpredictability of things. There's no way to know what kind of thing there would be for Hong Kong later. I do think there are things about Hong Kong that, even in the failure of the movement, have had repercussions that are not all negative. I think the Hong Kong spirit, which is being kept alive in diaspora communities around the world, is really interesting. There are things that are spreading. I think Hong Kong represented a vision of a different way of being Chinese, a different notion of Chineseness, and I think that is something that exists. And there have been protesters in a lot of other parts of the world. Belarus to, we used to say from Minneapolis to Minsk, because in 2020 there were protests in the U.S. and in Belarus where there were activists who were talking about the Hong Kong idea of sort of trying to focus on being water, more flexible protest tactics, something. And clearly in Thailand there were people who looked at things to learn from Hong Kong, even in defeat. There's a New Zealand-based China specialist, Jeremy Barmay, who talks about the other China, which can exist within China, physical China, or elsewhere, which is this equally attached to Chinese traditions, but thinking of those traditions as including not just Confucianism, but Taoism, not just hierarchy, but also openness to cosmopolitanism, not just nationalism, but cosmopolitanism. And I think there are some elements of that even in failure, the Hong Kong movements, the Hong Kong protests of the 2020s were a last flourishing of that. And we can see some elements of that in we can think of Taiwan, elements of that as another China as well. And I think recovering, not allowing the particular version of Chineseness that the Chinese Communist Party under Xi Jinping wants to make people think, and more admirable, I think, than this narrowed down version.
And I hope for a future where both Hong Kong and Beijing have bookstores that carry 1984, Brave New World, and all of your books. And I can't wait to visit them and enjoy the intellectual flourishing of incredible people. What a beautiful world we live in. Chinese people, all the people I've met, is just so great to different. And it's amazing. It's like amazing that Earth produced Chinese people, Indian people, Slavic people. There's just all kinds of variants. And we all have our own weirdnesses and quirks and so on. Everybody has brilliant people. We all start shit with each other every once in a while. But I hope the beauty of this particular people's, it's of the entire region really of Southeast Asia. And it's an honor to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Rabbi Rothschild. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Confucius. When anger rises, think of the consequences. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Missed the point that the visuals have to. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen, because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal was just my peer, he'd say, "Oh, I did the same thing." I would do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk, but you want somebody who's above that. So you know what he said? He goes, "I bought a Steadicam, but not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design a better one." Us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all new systems. That's the guy you want to hang out with, not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much of the world around it. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, well then now we can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And just like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up, you watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you sought out. Sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you'll find it.
The following is a conversation with Robert Rodriguez, a legendary filmmaker and creator of Sin City, El Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, From Dusk Till Dawn, Alita, Battle Angel, The Faculty, and many more. And many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, in many sense, he was not only the director, he was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of filmmaking. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi, with some epic collaborations with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors and filmmakers.
I write the script in December. January, Josh Arnett, Marley Shelton come down, fly Frank in. We're shooting for 10 hours on my green screen. We shoot that opening sequence. Incredible opening sequence. The visual look, we've never seen that. I want to just take this and make it move. I just want the comic to move. Any other studio would just go make it look like any gritty crime movie. They would miss the point. That is, the visual is half of it. I want it to look just like this because it would be the boldest movie anyone's seen because that's how it reads when I read the book. It's like if this was a movie, it would be the most phenomenal movie. Just by being around him and working with him, you get, by osmosis, you learn stuff. And it just ups your game because they're just swing way beyond you. Jim Cameron was like that. So like, when I first met him, I was trying to impress the hell out of him, because I was such a big fan. And I was about to go do Desperado, and I went, hey, I just took a 3-day Steadicam course because I can't afford Steadicam operators, so I'm going to operate Steadicam myself on Desperado. Now, if he was just my peer, he'd say, "Oh, I did the same thing." I would do the same thing. That would be like hanging out with somebody of your ilk, but you want somebody who's above that. So you know what he said? He goes, "I bought a bought a Steadicam, but not to operate it. I'm going to take it apart and design a better one. Us mere mortals trying to learn how to operate the camera. He's designing all new systems. That's the guy you want to hang out with, not someone who's doing what you're doing. We put so much of the world around it. Like when you see the city, we put like a blue screen way in the back to just make the city keep going. But we built the sets there, the town, we built the real sets, so everything was very tangible and real. And that way she had to fit into that world and be as real as that. Because if it was all done in CG, well then now we can fudge everything. But if you put her in a real environment, that's a real challenge. And just like with our movies, you watch it all fall apart. You watch this thing blow up. You watch this thing not work. Everything just falls apart in front of your face. Then that's when you roll up your sleeves and creatively figure out a way around it. And by the end, you have a result that's better than what you sought out. Sift through the ashes of your failure, and you'll find the key to your next success is in there. But if you're not looking for it, you'll find it.
The following is a conversation with Robert Rodriguez, a legendary filmmaker and creator of Sin City, El Mariachi, Desperado, Spy Kids, Machete, From Dusk Till Dawn, Alita, Battle Angel, Faculty, and many more. Robert inspired a generation of independent filmmakers with his first film, El Mariachi, that he famously made for just $7,000. On that film, in many sense, he was not only the director, he was also the writer, producer, cinematographer, editor, visual effects supervisor, sound designer, composer, basically the full stack of filmmaking. He has shown incredible versatility across genres, including action, horror, family films, and sci-fi, with some epic collaborations with Quentin Tarantino, James Cameron, and many other legendary actors and filmmakers. He has often operated at the technological cutting edge. conversation with Jeffrey Wasserstrom, a historian of modern China. This is the Let's Read Move podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Jeffrey Wasserstrom. You've compared Xi Jinping and Mao Zedong in the past. What are the parallels between the two leaders, and where do they differ? Xi Jinping, of course, is the current leader of China for the past 12 years, and Mao Zedong was the communist leader of China from 1949 to 1976. So, what are the commonalities? What are the differences?
So the biggest commonality of them is that they're both the subject of personality cults, and that Mao was the center of a very intensely felt one from 1949 to 1976. And when he died, there was tremendous outpouring of grief, even among people.
As part of MIT Course 6099, Artificial General Intelligence. What difference between... As part of MIT Course 6099...
So fucking stupid.
As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, I got a chance to sit down with Christoph Koch, who's one of the seminal figures in neurobiology, neuroscience, and generally in the study of consciousness. He is the president, the chief scientific officer of the Allen Institute for Brain Science in Seattle. From 1986 to 2013, he was a professor at Caltech. Before that, he was at MIT. He is extremely well cited, over 100,000 citations. His research, his writing, his ideas have had big impact on the scientific community and the general. As part of MIT course 6S099 on artificial general intelligence, as part of MIT course 6S099 artificial general intelligence, I've gotten a chance to sit down with Max Tegmark. He is a professor here at MIT. He's a physicist, spent a large part of his career studying the mysteries of our cosmological universe, but he's also studied and delved into the beneficial possibilities and the existential risks of artificial intelligence. Amongst many other things, he's the co-founder of the Future of Life Institute, author of two books, both of which I highly recommend. First, Our Mathematical Universe. Second is Life 3.0. He's truly an out-of-the-box thinker and a fun personality, so I really enjoy talking to him. If you'd like to see more of these videos in the future, please subscribe and also click the little bell icon to make sure you don't miss any videos. Also, Twitter, LinkedIn, agi.mit.edu if you want to watch other lectures or conversations like this one. Better yet, go read Max's book, Life 3.0, Chapter 7 on goals is my favorite. It's really where philosophy and engineering come together, and it opens with a quote by Dostoevsky. The mystery of human existence lies not in just staying alive, but in finding something to live for. Lastly, I believe that every failure rewards us with an opportunity to learn. In that sense, I've been very fortunate to fail in so many new and exciting ways. And this conversation was no different. I've learned about something called radio frequency interference, RFI. Look it up. Apparently, music and conversations from local radio stations can bleed into the audio that you're recording in such a way that almost completely ruins that audio. It's an exceptionally difficult sound source to remove. So, I've gotten the opportunity to learn how to avoid RFI in the future during recording sessions. I've also gotten the opportunity to learn how to use Adobe Audition and Isotope RX6 to do some noise, some audio repair. Of course, this is exceptionally difficult noise to remove. I am an engineer. I'm not an audio engineer. Neither is anybody else in our group, but we did our best. Nevertheless, I thank you for your patience, and I hope you're still able to enjoy this conversation. Do you think there's intelligent life out there in the universe? Let's open up with an easy question.
I have a minority view here, actually. When I give public lectures, I often ask for show of hands who thinks there's intelligent life out there somewhere else, and almost everyone puts their hand up. And when I ask why, they'll be like, oh, there's so many galaxies out there, there's gotta be. But I'm a numbers nerd, right? So when you look more carefully at it, it's not so clear at all. When we talk about our universe, first of all, we don't mean all of space. We actually mean, I don't know, you can throw me in the universe if you want, it's behind you there. We simply mean the spherical region of space from which light has had time to reach us so far during the 13.8 billion years since our Big Bang. There's more space here, but this is what we call a universe, because that's all we have access to. So is there intelligent life here that's gotten to the point of building telescopes and computers? My guess is no, actually. The probability of it happening on any given planet is some number we don't know what it is. And what we do know is that the number can't be super high, because there's over 1 billion Earth-like planets in the Milky Way galaxy alone, many of which are billions of years older than Earth. And aside from some UFO believers, there isn't much evidence that any super advanced civilization has come here at all. And so that's the famous Fermi paradox, right? And then if you work the numbers, what you find is that if you have no clue what the probability is of getting life on a given planet, so it could be 10 to the minus 10, 10 to the minus 20, or 10 to the minus 2, or any power of 10 is sort of equally likely if you want to be really open-minded. That translates into it being equally likely that our nearest neighbor is 10 to the 16 meters away, 10 to the 17 meters away, 10 to the 18. By the time you get much less than 10 to the 16 already, you pretty much know there is nothing else that's close. And when you get beyond,
because they would have discovered us.
They would have been discovered us long ago, or if they're really close, we would have probably noted some engineering projects that they're doing. And if it's beyond 10 to the 26 meters, that's already outside of here. Yeah. So my guess is actually that we are the only life in here that's gotten to the point of building advanced tech, which I think is very puts a lot of responsibility on our shoulders to not screw up. I think people take for granted that it's okay for us to screw up, have an accidental nuclear war, or go extinct somehow because there's a sort of Star Trek-like situation out there with some other life forms are going to come and bail us out, and it doesn't matter so much. I think lulling us into a false sense of security. I think it's much more prudent to say, let's be really grateful for this amazing opportunity we've had, and make the best of it, just in case it is down to us.
So from a physics perspective, do you think intelligent life, so it's unique from a sort of statistical view of the size of the universe, but from the basic matter of the universe, how difficult is it for intelligent life to come about? The kind of advanced tech building life is implied in your statement that it's really difficult to create something like a human species?
Well, I think what we know is that going from no life to having life that can do our level of tech, there's some sort of to going beyond that than actually settling a whole universe with life. There's some major roadblock there, which is some great filter, as it's sometimes called, which is tough to get through. It's either that roadblock is either behind us or in front of us. I'm hoping very much that it's behind us. I'm super excited every time we get a new report from NASA saying they failed to find any life on Mars. Like, yes, awesome, because that suggests that the hard part maybe it was getting the first ribosome or some very low level kind of stepping stone, so that we're home free. Because if that's true, then the future is really only limited by our own imagination. It'd be much suckier if it turns out that this level of life is kind of a dime a dozen, but maybe there's some other problem, like as soon as the civilization gets advanced technology, within 100 years they get into some stupid fight with themselves, and poof, yeah, no, that would be a bummer.
Yeah. So you explored the mysteries of the universe, the cosmological universe, the one that's between us today. I think you've also begun to explore the other universe, which is sort of the mysterious universe of the mind, of intelligence, of intelligent life. So is there a common thread between your interest and the way you think about space and intelligence?
Oh yeah, when I was a teenager, I was already very fascinated by the biggest questions, and I felt that the two biggest mysteries of all in science were our universe out there and our universe in here. So it's quite natural, after having spent a quarter of a century on my career thinking a lot about this one, that I'm now indulging in the luxury of doing research on this one. It's just so cool. I feel the time is right.
Yo, what's going on, Smokey?
Greatly deepening our understanding of this.
Just start exploring this one.
Just
I think
watching
a lot of people view
Lex Friedman
intelligence
podcast
as
on
something
science.
mysterious that can only exist in biological organisms like us, and therefore dismiss all talk about artificial general intelligence.
How are things being a dad?
It's the mother who's doing my head in, but the baby's fine.
Okay, what happened?
Oh, no arguing. Just well, she doesn't, because I'm currently homeless between places. She doesn't understand that the way I am with my money is so I can feed myself.
Sure.
She has a home. She gets hers. I don't.
Okay.
So yeah.
So are you able to see your child?
Well, yeah, I can still see the child.
Okay. Well, then isn't that all that matters?
Well, no, it's the way she is. She's not exactly the nicest person in the world, but what can I do?
Is there any way to work it out with her and rekindle a relationship?
It's one of those ones where it's well, I don't exactly know to explain it, but she's just not nice.
Okay. Well,
Just walking on the stairs was.
You're good, big dog.
Like,
there's not too much you can do if she's not nice.
Sorry. No. I mean, normally I get along with everyone, but she's just. Yesterday she was fine. This morning she switched, she changed. And she does it every now and again. Well, she does it every day. One day she's fine, next day she's not, one day she's fine. What could it be too much mental strain, if you get what I mean? Too much mentally to deal with.
Okay.
I'm just having a joke.
What do you mean? Like, what did she do that's too much mentally?
She's arguing with me.
Okay. Well.
Especially when she's not had one of these. She relies on it more than I do. This is my first one. Today, she's had about 4.
All right. Well, is it anything that you could be like, hey, we created life together. Let's do our best to be as amicable as possible and smoke a J?
I know. It's now 4 weeks in, and I'm getting nowhere, dude. Hey, the beard looks nice, man.
Thank you. Is there any way you can live with her?
Now and again.
Does she live at home?
Next week, next week I have a flat viewing, a flat, so I won't be homeless for long.
Okay, that's good. Thank God. Are you going to invite her to live with you with the baby?
Yeah, two bedrooms, so we'll just live like roommates.
Okay. I mean, do you love
She can
her
cook.
as a
I
partner,
mean, yes,
or it's just kind of
I
something
do.
that happened and you're just doing your best to adapt?
I'm just doing my best to just keep going, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Just to keep on pushing. Yeah.
absolutely. So,
Also,
so do you foresee ever being romantically involved with her again?
I don't know. I don't know at this point. Just been doing my head in too much.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you
Oh, I've got signal now and data.
do you have do you have any love for her?
Do I have what for us? Sorry.
Any love for her
Oh yeah.
romantically?
Tons. Yeah. I'm telling you, tons. But I can't. It's just the mental strain of it 24/7.
Okay,
See, normally I'm quite chill. I get along with people. I do my thing.
right.
She does her thing. But today it's just been different today, man.
Okay, what did she do today that was
Oh,
different?
been huh?
What did she do today that was different?
Just start. Push
Just
me a few times. Hit me a few times.
okay,
So I pushed out. Oh, ow! I pushed out my face.
she's physically abusive towards you.
Mm. It's mainly mentally, but she's done it a few times. She's hit me a few times.
Okay, can you tell her that you don't appreciate that?
I could. Yeah, I could if I wanted to. She don't listen.
Okay, how
She
did you
doesn't listen one bit.
how did you meet her?
I met her. Well, I've known her for about a year and a half, 2 years. We've been on and off for about 2 years.
Okay, how'd you meet?
Yubo. You know what that is?
You love?
Yubo. Yeah. YUBO.
What is
Shit up.
what? Okay, what's Yubo?
Oh, check it. It's better if you check it out. It's quite a lot to explain. But think of Snapchat, Instagram, Facebook, but instead of it calling, you join someone's room, they invite you, you turn your camera on, you can have about 20 people, you can have battles and all that shit, like TikTok, but
Oh,
you know.
very cool. So you met her using this
Oh,
app, and then you guys were in
yeah, yeah, yeah.
a similar.
But there's a lot of racism and a lot of rude people on that app, so I tend to stay away from it.
Okay, and so you found each other, and now you were in close proximity, and you met up, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
and then she told you she was pregnant, and that came as a surprise.
Well, no, I knew she was. I knew she was in the state. Well, say about a month after, I knew. I knew from like a month after she did it.
Okay, did you want to have a baby with her or no?
I mean, I don't know. To be fair, I'm just confused, dude. I'm just drained. So give me a few days, and I'll be able to answer that one.
Okay,
No, but no, enough about me, man. How are you been? How's the going
living
viral thing?
living the dream. I get people to talk
Living the
about
dream.
me all the time on an app called Blue Sky, which is like the liberal Twitter, and
Aye.
I'm just doing everything I can to create bots on it and go viral that way.
Yeah.
So that's been very good, thankfully.
Right. Look, this is the shop I come to for all my bits, for all my stuff.
Very cool.
I mean, check up there. No, just look, over, over. All the bonds.
I see.
Just came to get well, so have you not got no medium ones? Because that's too big. No. Yeah, no. That'll do. That'll do. How much is that? £1. How much? No more. No, you £3. What? Well, sorry. Have a good day, man.
You're a good big dog. Have your parents been able to meet your child yet?
Huh?
Have your parents been able to meet your child?
No.
So
No,
they
not yet.
okay, is that something you have planned?
Well, I'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, is it a complicated
I
situation?
mean, well, I don't really like my mom, but I've got to stay civil with my brother. I can't do that with my brother. Because if I do, I'll kill someone.
Okay, well, we
Sorry
don't
to say
want
that,
that.
but
All right.
huh?
I said we don't want that.
No, 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 no. I'm pissed off with people, innit?
Okay, what? Who has you pissed off?
My mom, her, my mother, Beth, my
Hold
brother.
on, one step at a time. What has her mother done?
Oh, God. Oh, she hit me again. Oh, she hit me. When
So,
we last argued, she hit me.
so,
It's just been a lot of shit, man.
so her mother hit you.
Are you sure you like this is not boring?
I'm listening intently, dog. I want what's best for you.
Oh, cheers. Cheers, man. Hey, it's actually nice for someone to listen for once. I'm sorry if I'm rambling on.
You're good. So her mother hit you in addition to her hitting you, correct?
Well, yeah.
Okay, that's not cool. Did you tell her mother that
Oh, no, some.
you don't appreciate her putting her hands
Well,
on you?
guess what? I told her. No, no, I told her. Kai, I'm sorry. I told her. She said, my mother would never hit anyone. I'm like, what? I've just been assaulted. So, I didn't punch, but I jabbed her back. So,
All right, that's not a smart move.
she hit me first.
It doesn't matter. You're a dude and
I'm,
she's a woman, and they're gonna put you in jail before they'll put her in jail.
no, I mean, we don't talk to the police, so we've settled it, I think, if you get what I mean.
I hope so.
I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not the type of person who hits someone, but she was in my face, like, a foot away from my face. All she was doing was fucking screaming and shouting, and she dragged me about, and no, no, I'm sorry to sound like an asshole. No. I hope you don't hate me.
No, of course not. You need to watch yourself.
And I'm a little well, I'm not. What? Is that a Japanese phantom? Ooh, how much? How much? £12. That's 500 now. That's a pound. That's 500. Come on, £1.50. Are they good? We'll take a shot. I'll try 'em. I like people like them. Sorry, Rabbi. I'll be speaking in a second. Just wait for me. Come on. £7. What? Hold on. Eh? Eh? Has he done it? Thank you, money. Oh, check the bag. Oh, no bags. No, that's fine. That's not much anyway. Oh, I'm gonna go to bed. It's been a long day. I've been doing the gardening since 8 o'clock this morning and my back is red. Only finished about an hour ago. About an hour, 2 hours ago. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, Robert.
You're good.
Been out in the sun today as well. Been really hot today. Dude, the top disappeared, be like mega hot, and it's just been. Yeah.
All right. So, why did her mother hate you?
Oh, well, me and her were arguing that day. I was back on shift and I needed to go somewhere. I'd stay at her friend's for a few days because he wasn't well. It took him 3-4 days because he was seriously bad. And she said, "Oh, you don't care about Beth. All you want to do is go see your mate." By the way, previously I hadn't seen him for 2 months. So that was the first time in 2 months that I'd seen him not stay 4 days because he was a friend. Sorry.
You're good, big dog.
But yeah, I'm guessing you understand the picture now. It's just a lot in it. It's a lot. Oh, it was St. George's Day a few weeks ago. It was mental, dude. The whole fucking town was lit up with red flares. Patriotism is coming back.
What do you think caused that?
I don't know. Maybe people are just fed up with how things are with government and shit. Maybe people just want fucking, enough's enough. They just don't put any money into anything anymore. They all put it in the back of the fucking pockets. Bastards. Where people are on the street hungry and dying, you cannot get up. Oh shit, that is a massive motor now. Oh.
Are you able to get public? Are you able to get public services?
Public services? I think so. I don't know. Council's only open 2 days a week. Hello, Smith. So 2 days a week at 7 days is pretty that good. Because, council. That's, right?
Have you been able to play your Have you been able to play your video games recently?
Yeah, well, Xbox can put my hands. I'm not my mate, so I'll own it later. I'll join the VC as well. Chill.
Sure. Is Nan grandmother? Does Is Nana grandmother?
Or yeah.
Okay.
So Nana, Nana. Nana.
And then mother is mum.
Mummy. As we say around here. Mummy. So it's like council estate as well.
All right. So are you going to be able to live with your grandmother?
I'll see her. I'll stay a couple of days. And I'll stay over the next couple of days. I'll stay another next couple of days. And I'll stay the next couple of days. So, yeah, I don't know. I did over 100 miles in 3 days. On a bike. Which is crap and shit. So, I've got the objective experience emerge, consciousness emerge. So, how do you think about it?
Because, let's face it, we know that some information processing is conscious, because we are conscious, but we also know that a lot of information processing is not conscious. Like most of the information processing happening in your brain right now is not conscious. They're like tending, or just like a zombie. I mean, what would you prefer? Would you prefer that it's actually unconscious so that you don't have to feel guilty about switching it off or giving boring chores? Or what would you prefer?
Well, certainly I would prefer the appearance of consciousness. But the question is whether the appearance of consciousness is different than consciousness itself. And sort of ask that as a question.
Yeah.
Do you think we need to, understand what consciousness is, solve the hard problem of consciousness in order to build something like an AGI system?
No, I don't think that. And
it feels.
I do think it helps a lot to have a physical embodiment to learn the kind of things about the world that are important to us humans, for sure. But I don't think the physical embodiment is necessary. Maybe we would feel that, but it really wants to complete. The inner cooking goal, so it will have a self-preservation instinct.
Continue being a functional agent.
Yeah, and similarly, if you give any kind of more resources, you can do that better. And it's exactly from those sort of sub-goals that we might not have intended that some of the concerns about AGI safety come. You give it some goal that seems completely harmless, and then you turn off because it doesn't understand the concept of it even. And similarly, consciousness, I mean, all of them are more than 1 billion years away, so we certainly have vastly more time than our ancestors thought. But it's still pretty hard to squeeze in an infinite number of compute cycles, even though there are some loopholes that just might be possible. But I think that is by its very definition, the quest to build a machine that can do everything, and the quest to build a machine that can do everything as well as we can. Up to the old holy grail of AI. Did you ask me what exactly would I define human level as? And I said all cognitive tasks, better than any human in all cognitive tasks. But the really interesting bar, I think, goes a little bit lower than that, actually. It's when they're better than us at AI programming and general learning, so that
It proves it and then fails to prove it and then proves it again and 90 proves it and then fails to prove it and then proves it again and 94 he said like the moment when everything connected into place and it takes for an intelligent system, an AGI system, an AI system to have them on that?
It's a tricky question to it, right? One of them is, can it accomplish that proof? Can it prove that you can never write? Can it prove that you can never write A to the n plus B? Future, maybe our cosmos is teeming with all this post-biological life doing all this seemingly intelligent. Hunch is that maybe we should think of creativity simply as an